Red. Hot. Red light, you're hot. That's hot. That one right there.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we'll start. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in meetings by, and please place your phones on mute.
I may be stepping out every once in a while. I am on call.
Members of the public are encouraged to participate in meetings by one, accessing the webcast at www.cityofclovis.com/agendas, providing written comments at the same website, or 3, participating by phone or by coming to the city council meeting in person. I'll call this meeting to order, and the flag salute will be presented by, or led by, Board President Dr. Bond.
Ready to salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk call the roll, please?
I just want to note that all of the council members and the mayor are present, with the exception of Councilmember Ashbeck, and all of the board members are present, with the exception of Board Vice President Susan Hatmaker.
Okay. At this time, we'll do introductions, and I'll start here to my left.
Drew Bessinger, Clovis City Council member.
Vaughn Manatua, Clovis City Council member.
I've been on the council since 2017. I've been a public servant in California for 41 years.
Been on the council, this is going on my 5th year.
And Bob Whalen, I've been on the council since 2003.
David DeFrank, member of the Clovis Unified Governing Board. I've been on the board for a little less than a year.
I'm Betsy Sandoval. I've been on the board for about 37 years.
Yolanda Moore, Clovis Unified School Board, and I am coming up on just about a year.
Tiffany Stoker Madsen, I'm on the Clovis School Board, and this is my 3rd year.
Hugh Autry, Governing Board member. I'm coming up on 2 years.
Thank you. Stephen Fogg, Clovis Unified Governing Board member, 5 years on the board.
And I'm Jose Flores, city council member, the current mayor, 23 years on the city council, and still having fun. Next item is public comments. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the city council and the board of Clovis Unified School Board on any matter within the city council's jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, or 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the city manager's office and submit correspondence at least 10 days before the desired date of appearance. And at this time, I'll pass it on to you, Dr. Fogg, for your presentations on the Clovis Unified Governing Board. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comments here. Go ahead and come on to this. These are public comments not on items not on the agenda.
Good afternoon, City Council, Governing School Board. Just wanted to kind of touch basis on, first of all, I came here to the City of Clovis and thanked you all for the way you handled COVID when it came to the restrictions on our businesses, when it came to actually no restrictions on our businesses and allowed small business to stay open as it should. I came and thanked you for that. However, there is an issue with what's going on at CUSD right now, and I feel it's really important. It is dividing the community when it comes to, it's more of a government-ran school. Anything that's passed down from Gavin Newsom is just blindly accepted, whether it's the mask mandates, whether it's the vaccine that's going to be coming soon. We always go back to, well, the governor says we have to do it, but each one of these board members are elected, and every time they're elected, they say we're fighting for local control. If you elect us, we'll give you local control. CUSD has no local control. Like I said before, they are a government school system, and it's very unfortunate because we are turning it into Fresno when it comes to the school district. And I'm not up here because I have a personal issue with anybody. I am extremely concerned for what we see in our school system here in Clovis. It's not the same thing that you would have seen 15 years ago. We seem to put a spin on everything, and we just have to do it, but there's a lot of monies that's tied to masking our children and other such, and I'm hoping that the city council maybe can help us out a little as parents and citizens of Clovis to help work with the school board to fight this government, the tyrannical Governor Newsom, because this is just the beginning. We've seen plenty of mandates. And we need to stand together and be different from other districts, not just go right along like Fresno would do. I think that's very important. We were the leader for a long time. We weren't just an average school district. So I hope some of the city council takes that to heart. And again, if you guys want to meet, I'll give you my contact. We'll get together with like 10 parents that has been constantly attending board meetings over and over, just hoping for a little break in the action. So thank you for letting me speak. Josh Fulfer. Fulfer, F-U-L-F-E-R.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on anything not on the agenda? And if you notice, there is a item later on when the city council will have a discussion on building community consensus regarding vaccines. So
so topic of discussion later then?
It's item 15 on the agenda.
Okay, cool. Then we'll do that.
So it's for items not on the agenda.
I have a question for the Clovis board, school board. I would like to know how many of you have actually read the Constitution and its amendments. Can you raise your hand?
These are public comments, and usually during public comments, it's your turn to tell us what you feel. It's not our turn to give you answers, or, so what's on your mind, and what do you want to hear from us?
I want to know, I have attended several meetings. I asked a couple of questions and I was totally ignored. And I sat there every single time for 3 hours. The last time I asked how much money they're receiving from COVID, because I assume there is a reason why they must mask the children all day long. Now, when they sit there, they are with their mask on during the meeting, but as soon as it ends, they take it off like nothing, like there's no COVID. They sit here with no mask, like there's no COVID. So I'm just wondering if it only exists at the schools or at a meeting for the school board. I mean, I see a hypocrisy here. I don't see them following the oath that they're supposed to swear. They swore an oath on the Constitution, but it seems to me like they're following the money instead of their oath that they swore. So I'm just wondering, maybe they never read the Constitution, maybe they swore an oath on something fake, maybe they don't even understand what the oath means. Because they are sacrificing our children for money, and I have the billions of dollars that the Clovis schools are receiving to keep our children masked. That is a big concern for all of us parents. And you guys sitting here with no masks, it's very telling.
Thank you. Anyone else on items not on the agenda? And again, this is for your opportunity to comment.
I just wanted to make a comment and just kind of thank the Clovis School Board, because I know it's a difficult decision balancing between different persons' opinions and the actual facts and science that we have. Just today I received 4 email notifications from Alta Sierra, notifying me that my daughter was exposed to COVID over the last week. And some of these notifications come 4 or 5 days later. I think the one that I received today was from as far back as October 4th, including one of them from one of the teachers. It's never an easy thing to do the right thing and to stand up to people who are loud and, are against masks. But the masks do work. We can look at other states and their school districts to see, what their COVID numbers are and the deaths that they've had. It's very disheartening to hear people so against masks and so against the vaccine when, my daughter has friends who's lost parents, who's lost uncles, grandparents. Some of them aren't old enough to get vaccinated yet. I'm fortunate enough that my daughter was fully vaccinated by the time school started. But nobody wants to see anybody get sick, whether it ends up in results in a death or in hospitalization or even having to miss school for 10 or 14 days because they were exposed to somebody. I just want to commend everybody on doing their work to continue to listen to the science and to the governor on this, because he steered our state in the right direction. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm a resident of Clovis, and I do want to ask the city of Clovis to say that to make a statement against mandatory a mandate for vaccines for the children within the city.
We will discuss that item.
That's in here?
In the item 15.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We welcome you to come back.
Okay, I have
during that item. Any item not on the agenda? We will be discussing vaccines and the implications of vaccines later in the agenda. Okay, I see nothing from the chamber. Anything on the web?
No one online, but there was one written comment that was submitted, which is in front of you,
okay, so we all
from Rocio Madrigal.
Okay, so we should all have a copy of that. Okay, so I'll close that portion of the meeting, the public comments, and now we'll move on to the Clovis Unified Governing Board and hand it over to my colleague, Dr.
Mayor Flores, thank you very much. This is one of these meetings I look forward to every year. It's unique from when to have a a city such as Clovis, who are very busy in a school board, you know, come together and as a community. So thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone being here to this, because it is somewhat unique. It's not, I wish that we were able to do this in other, you know, places that we have. So that being said, we have a lot we want to share. I'm going to turn this over to Michael Johnson. We want you to know what's going on. So, because I mean, we can't do this without you. And so we're going to have some presentations, and, you know, we don't mind getting interrupted, do you, Michael? If you have any questions, otherwise, listen, we can talk about any of these afterwards. You have a handout, some of this that goes along with that, and so, and we'll go right down that list.
All right, thank you very much. And I also have Denver Stairs here with us tonight with our facilities team, our Assistant Superintendent of Facility Services. Better? Thank you. And we're happy to, you know, we know this isn't a City of Clovis project, but it's definitely something that impacts our community. So since it's in the near vicinity of our community and what we're doing, and obviously something that impacts our school district significantly. Back in 2009, the governing board made a decision to name this educational center Terry P. Bradley Educational Center, and we've done a lot of work. Denver's team's done a lot of work, and we've worked on getting our lease-back contractor, getting our architects in place, starting to work on design, and we'll talk about that a little bit in the timeline that we have in the back of the presentation. But you can kind of see here some of the general concepts we're talking about with this Ed Center that we're looking at that is actually going to be between Leonard and Highland, just south of McKinley. And if you drove Clinton straight through going east from this side of town, you would run right into the main entrance of this educational center, as you'll see on the next slide. So on the next slide. This is actually, as you can see here, this is our general design layout we have for this school site. We've got on the side furthest over at the top of the page, top right-hand corner there, the buildings you see where the special ed drop off, the learning green right there, that is actually the high school side of the campus. And then we have down the lower right-hand corner where the white buildings are, you can see that is the middle school side of the campus, with the main interest being right there where that student union is moving into the campus, and that's that grand entrance you saw on the previous page that we're still working on the design, the concept. So as we look at this, and modifications are being made by our team and looking at how we do this. But you can see a very, just like any one of our ed centers, a very complex center with a lot going on in this ed center we're looking at. You can see too, we've got, as we look at that, we've got like a quad area that kind of connects just like we do on all of our campus, but we actually have a snack bar right there in the middle of the quad area that's going to serve both the high school and the middle school side of the campus. And we're actually looking at the multi-purpose room that combines rather than, you know, we've in our Clovis North Educational Center, if you look at that multi-purpose room, it's really separated between middle and high school. We're doing something that actually can have a movable wall that will make that space more usable for all, but still have that separation for our students moving forward in that multi-purpose room. And then we've got our main gym. As you look at this in a little different concept, as you slide over there to the left, looking at this, we have the track, we have the football, and we have the pool. All those are placed based off review, based off working with our facility team, the architect, very strategically to utilize bleacher space as you look at it. Each one of those in between those fields and the track, in between the football field and the track, that bleacher space will be mounted so we can have bleachers on both sides and manage it with both sides and have more of a complex of facilities for our athletics that we can do and everything we do with athletics and the track and utilizing all those facilities so we can make the best of what we can with our community dollars. The other thing we're looking at that's interesting is as you look at this plan and layout, we actually have a student activity center there that, you know, is a activity center that we will work with, you know, to have a place where our students can go and have bigger events, bigger tournaments, bigger community events. As we look at community events, we try to have that grand venue at each of our school sites, and this is the grand venue we're looking at for the Terry P. Bradley Educational Center as we look at it. And this is just like Clovis North has the PAC as we look at it. Our Buchanan has the Veterans Memorial Stadium. So it's that grand area for the school site to be proud of as we look at it. And also, you may say, you know, Clovis East, what does Clovis East has? I'll say right now we're in the process of working on completing their Clovis East soccer venue, which will have the stadium, will have the bleacher stadium, a snack bar, restrooms around it. They've already got the field which we've installed, which is an amazing field for that facility. We just need to work on the surrounding pieces to that venue as we complete that venue for Clovis East. So we try to make sure that every one of our educational centers has something to be proud of, or some community area that they can be very proud of moving forward. As we look at, Denver, anything else you want to add about the layout there? As we move forward and we look at the timeline, and this one's got the years on it for you. So you can see here, we're in the middle of all our designing and planning that we're doing right now as you move forward and look at that timeline. Obviously, the first thing to start construction will be those off-site construction pieces that we're starting, which will be in the July 2023 timeframe when we look at those, getting those off-sites started as we move forward. The middle school, we're phasing in this project as you can see this, and this is a very fluid timeline as you look at it, still working out some details with our architect, with our contractor, and moving forward. But you can see we're phasing in the middle school. We'll start with the middle school. We'll get that project completed, project construction started sooner, and that project will get completed sooner. As you can see there, in August of 2025 would be the plan to open this middle school moving forward. And then we'll phase in later with the high school campus being completed and move in for that of August 2027. Along with that high school campus, at the end of that high school complex plans will be the completion and project of the Student Activity Center that we're working on also. So we've got a lot of work being done on this. We thought it was exciting just to share with you some of the general concepts and ideas that we have in relation to what we're doing here and what it looks like, and we're continuing to make modifications and new ideas that come up as we talk through the plans and what we need to think about. This is a major project that we're trying to obviously always make better each time we look at it, as we look at the plans, as we look at all the detail behind the plans, and making sure we can provide great facilities for our community and what we're doing. So that is a summary of our educational center. If there's any questions, myself or Denver would be happy to answer any of those questions that come up.
I've got a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So, Michael, I noticed on the slide that showed the layout of the Bradley Educational Center, the other one, the fields, yeah. So that football field, is that actually going to be a home field? So instead of playing at Buchanan or La Monica, they'll be playing there, their home game?
It could be used as a home field, yes. It'll be a facility that could be used as a home field, yes. And we made the decision that this is going to be the main field for these campuses, and who's going to what fields as home fields. No, we haven't talked about that yet, but
okay.
Definitely could be. We're going to need that additional field space and a home field for them.
Okay.
Where do the other schools go that don't have a home field space? We need to still have some conversations around that.
And then related to the baseball and softball fields that are up top, it's difficult sometimes for some of the recreational leagues to find some fields in which to play. Are these going to be open for the community to play either Babe Ruth or Little League?
Our varsity venues typically are not open to the recreational leagues. We preserve those fields and try to preserve taking care of those fields because they'll get worn out, and we try to preserve those. But the other field space that you see on there, yes, would be available. Also, the future elementary school site you see down there in the bottom, the 16 acres, we're going to, even though that's a future elementary school site, we're going to put grass in there. We're going to have field space out there. So we're going to try to utilize that facility until we actually do put a future elementary school site in there. And right now, we've got a site on Fowler McKinley, I'm sure you're aware of, that we're looking at elementary school site there. We've got a couple more sites on the north side, actually 3 sites if you look at the north side of Clovis Unified moving forward, but 3 more sites out there that we already own as a school district that could be future elementary school sites too. So we'll have to see, depending on enrollment and depending on growth, is when and how we decide to put in an elementary school. So we're always paying attention to that to see what's the next elementary school.
And the varsity field that you were talking about is the one that's pretty clearly the
one with baseball.
The middle there,
right,
it says baseball.
You look at the baseball right there.
Yeah, the big one that looks like a varsity.
That's the softball field that they're next to each other.
Okay.
As you look, they don't look like a softball field, but it is. That's baseball and softball up there.
And then I think my last question is, to what degree is this going to offload some of the students that are in some of the other high schools? And is it going to be impacting just Clovis East, or is it going to have kind of a domino effect in that some of the schools, even as far away as Clovis West and Kasner, are going to be feeling some benefit?
Yeah, we'll be going through our boundary studies, which will involve the community, get them involved and look at what those impacts are and what the ripple effect is across the district. How do we manage our space? But yeah, I mean, having a new campus, we're going to have to move, so obviously some kids from Clovis East, from Clovis High, and that, you know, trying to manage our space within the district is going to be important, so we'll have to look at those other sites too and how that affects. But our boundary study is going to help evaluate what kids need to move as we look at that and what are, you know, really, this has been an interesting year with COVID because, you know, we had a loss of students. So, you know, it really has changed some of our projection models, so we need to go back and see how we recover from COVID on some of those projection models and what it looks like for our projections moving forward on those ed centers that we do have.
Okay, good. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Dr. Bond.
Any more questions for Michael?
I have a question, Dr. Bond. The funding, is this from the recent bond measure, or was this previous funds already approved?
This is the recent bond measure was the major funding source for this educational center as we look at it. It doesn't include any, none of the previous bond dollars are included in completing this project. So it's all the current bond dollars, some COP dollars we're funding it with, and then obviously as we get state money, that helps our facility program in the district.
And then the elementary school part of it is something that's at the tail end? Because I see the elementary, I see the junior high and then the high school in the phases. So elementary school is where it'll feed into the junior high, is sort of the last phase of it.
Yeah, it's not, we don't have that facility planned yet. Our first site, you know, as we look at it, as we've looked at our plans, it's either Fowler, McKinley, or we have property over on really Minnewawa and I'm gonna draw a blank. Minnewawa and Beheimer area over there. It's really kind of Minnewawa and Perrin, right in there, that area, out in that field that almond orchard out there. We have a property in the middle of all that out there. So we also have another property on International and Minnewawa. So we have several different areas we can go in the district as we look at growth, and those school sites will be determined based off where our students are growing at, where we have the most need at as we move forward. So the next, you know, elementary school, probably looking at 2025 when we determine the exact location for that.
And what is the plan? I guess we don't know Fresno because we're Clovis. So what are the plans around it? Is it all residential? Is it commercial? Do you kind of have an idea already what Fresno has planned around it?
As you look, the nice thing about this, I think this where we're at on this facility, and the space over here, anything as you look at Leonard Avenue to the left there on the sheet there, as you look at the left of Leonard Avenue, that's actually a ponding basin. So it actually works, I think works out really well because any disruption on that street or activity on that street or at the Student Activity Center, there's not going to be houses across the street, which will be nice. We are working with the city of Fresno, trying to get their housing densities and determine what it's going to look like around there. They're still working on their plans. So we've been in Denver, my team have been in constant conversation with the city of Fresno and working to look at what are those models that we need to get in our system so we can start planning what's going on around there.
We do have their current plan for the use of what, like Michael said, the funding basin on that side. On the right side, the planned community center, that will kind of tie right into that campus. It's close to the main entrance, and it's more kind of rural residential.
My last comment is probably for the board in that, you know, currently there's such a thing with regards to taking out names. And so as we honor the men and women who are currently doing great things for our community, we need to think about how do we protect that name so that way 40 years from now someone comes and says, I never liked Dr. Bradley, you know, because he was a farmer, whatever. I don't like farmers, and then they can take it. So this is a work in which we currently have to prepare for. And as we in the city name things and you in the school district, how do we protect that? Because we're honoring this moment in history, and so that way it stays and honors that forever, I would say, if that building is still there. So something for our attorneys and for us to consider and to think about.
I'm not sure if it's on a policy or a board memo or something, but we had a facility that we were not changing names once they were named. And that's been there for a while.
Yeah, the board did the resolution back in 2009 when this facility was named.
I knew it was something.
But does that bind future boards?
Of course not.
And that's, I think that's what Bond's getting to. How can we make it where it binds, or we know it probably won't, but what can we do to, like, make it a cultural thing where they're dissuaded from changing it down the road, after someone does something?
I think that's pretty much what our resolution is all about, that we didn't change names to change them.
And I think,
Once we
Jose,
named something, it was it.
Jose, what you're saying, that cultural thing, when our campuses get named and the kids that start going to that school, it's the community that starts preserving that name of that school site, you know, as we move forward. They want to continue to be represented by that school site. So
I went to Luther Weldon School. I love the fact that it's still there. You know, they haven't canceled Mr. Weldon.
Yeah.
So, and you did too.
Michael, I have a question on the design. The main gym is right in the middle. Below that, it says basketball. Is that the second gym?
No, that is actually basketball courts, and the nice thing about that is what you've
Outside.
seen done outside basketball courts. That VAPA building is our choir and band and facility there, and what we've done with some of our basketball courts is stripe them like a football field so the band can go out there and practice and have the numbers and the lines out there. They can also use the track, which you know, we're looking at a synthetic field for that, to be able to make it a use field that can manage some continued use instead of the green space. So they will be very close in proximity to be able to come out and march and do their things and do everything they need to do there.
And where you see main gym, you see the two lines in the middle, like a center hallway, there's 3 gyms in that complex. So as you look at it, to the left side will be what we call the main competition gym, that's your varsity high school gym. On the right side on the top is your auxiliary gym, which is the practice gym for the high school, and then directly below that is the middle school gym. And then all of your locker rooms, everything, that's one complex, so that when we're hosting these big tournaments, our community is walking across 2 campuses. We're gonna put everything together, so all of our collaboration there is in one spot. The center hallway is like it's a covered breezeway entrance into both.
And we really, I think as you look at these plans, one of the things we've really tried to think about too is, you know, parking. Where's parking at? How do cars get in and out of campus? Because that seems to be a challenge for us at some of our other campuses as we look at it and trying to get the cars off the street. You see there in the front of the complex by the student union, there's actually a pass-through drop-off route that goes through there. There's a bus loop road that goes on just the bottom side of the campus there, as you see the bottom side by the staff parking, and trying to ensure there's parking and spaces to get to some of these events that are happening on the tracks and the fields and the pools and you know, a little closer parking as we look at it and helping that traffic get in and out of the facility.
I wanted to comment on Dr. O'Brien's comment when you at your state of the Clovis Unified. We have to maintain beauty and just nice buildings, because that's our job. Just like we have to maintain good streets and lights, because when we have that, people are proud, and I'm glad that Clovis Unified is continually updating, keeping every school, even the oldest ones like Weldon, looking, you know, spectacular, so that way children go there, they have a sense of pride that, you know, I like this color, I like this building, I like this, you know, new air filters, all that kind of stuff. So it's very encouraging. Thank you for keeping that.
Thank you, Mike. I'd just like to address a couple things. We are trying to move as few kids as possible. We see this as growth area, not necessarily to, you know, like Clovis West, we don't see people moving, you know, that direction. I mean, we're really, in our plans, we're trying to stay way ahead of it. We don't have any control where houses are built. That's you guys do that. You know, it makes it very difficult for, you know, a school board saying, how do we stay ahead of you? Because otherwise land is too expensive. So we're guessing where you guys are going or guessing where Fresno's going. And most of the time we get it right, we don't always, but we have our, you know, we have several sites that we want to see where things are going, and we're going to try, so we have sites we can put schools, because we don't want to move kids from schools. I mean, that's one of our positions. Now, occasionally that has to happen, but we try to avoid that at all costs. But this is that area is what's going to be affected for that. So, and just as a note about naming schools, we have yet to find a flawless human to name any schools out of. We're still looking. If you have any suggestions, let us know. But we do try to name schools that have people that inspire us. Because I, as a child, always wanted to know, I was over in Fresno, who's Dorothy Starr? Star School. Who are these people that they were named people out? And these are inspiring, and when children come see me in my office, they tell me, what their school is, who is Kasner? And a lot of them don't know, and they actually go and find out. And this is what I think it's nice to name it after people, though there's a risk to it. Versus naming it Dry Creek, ask them, there's no creek there. But I think it's important to name it after good people that inspire children, and I would like to encourage that, but there is a risk. You're right. The society, things could change, and people would go back and find that these weren't perfect humans, and things maybe changed way beyond us, but we do everything we can to avoid that. The nice thing, even the last school, Janet Young, she's out there at the school, whether she's flawless, probably not, but she is there inspiring children at a school named after her. How many schools do that? We still, I don't know if anyone knows how many of the schools named after someone, those people are still alive. There's several. Yeah. And those are inspiring to kids. That's what we want to do, is inspire children on top of educating them. So that's our motivation, just in case you're wondering. And our schools are the center of our communities, of those neighborhoods. So you ask about access. Our schools are always, we try to have access to all of our schools as much as we can, but we do all want to protect those things that, like the varsity fields and things that are very expensive for us to keep up. Everything else, there's not one school that's locked down. We have gates, open gates to every single school in every neighborhood because it belongs to our neighbors. It belongs to our community. That's what we believe, and it costs us a ton of money to allow people to use our facilities, and we spend a lot of it, but we think that it's worth that. So, and it's something we're going to continue. We're not going to lock down our schools. It's open, and we encourage our community to use our schools. Does the board want any more comments before we turn over to Denver?
And before that, our tradition is we open up to public comments after each item. So is there any public comments here in the chamber regarding the Terry Bradley Educational Center? Any on the web?
Yes, there is one. Sean Soares. Working on unmuting him right now.
You put him on one. Huh?
Just a second. It looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, so we can move on and I'll work with Sean. He's looking to speak on other items as well.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Denver, our Assistant Superintendent of Faculty Services. Thank you. Facilities. I'm certainly not flawless, am I?
Yeah. Before I start talking on these, just real quick, when we talk about boundary changes, there's two types of boundary changes. There's ones that we do for new schools and new facilities, which tend to have a positive spin. We're going to folks and saying, we're building the new school, and with that, we have to create the boundary. And then there's boundary changes that some of us have been through because of overcrowding and growth, right? So we get an opportunity with this new ed center to develop new boundaries to set that school. So that is a process that we're starting here soon. So these next three agenda items really kind of all partner together. And it's really, we meet on a regular basis with the city of Clovis and are very thankful for our working relationship there. So because we had this agenda coming up, we met and put these on, and some of them are just more of a conversation starter for us, looking some advice maybe as to what we're doing. So when we look at number 7, this developer fee for accessory dwelling units, this is a few years ago when we started these, what I'll call tiny homes, the 500 square foot additions. We're now looking at, when we talk about developer fees,
We're currently charging developer fees for, some of our developers are building them at the time that they're building the home, right? So they're, even though they're within that 495 square feet, they're being kind of lumped in with the 2,500 square foot home that's on the same lot. So just kind of as a conversation piece, wanted to talk about that. We're not doing it still if it's an existing home and they pull permits to add that 495 or, you know, whatever below 500. And so that was really just, when we look at that and then we look at the cottage home that bumps up to 750 square feet, my understanding as we talked about this in the office and we went through it, when this first started, it was just a few of them. We're starting to see more, we're starting to get students that are generated out of those homes. And so it is starting, very minimal at this time, but starting to have an impact on our enrollment. As you just heard right now, that's a good thing. We'll take those students. But just as we look at it, kind of pre-planning for the future, wanting to open up a conversation and kind of see what that looks like. It will this year fall under our SFNA, our school facilities needs assessment, which goes into our developer fee planning. So these cottage homes will now come under that envelope. And so we will see really what the impact will be there. But again, that was just more of a conversation starter. As is this next one with SB 9 and what happens there. Really, we're kind of looking at and wanted to know, do we have any idea, what are you as the city and planning development thinking what the impact will be on development with SB 9? It's all fairly new, I know. And then, like I said, that's kind of something that we'll continue to partner with to see how it's going to affect our development, and we'll keep that conversation alive. I don't know, any questions about kind of what our plans are, where we are, anything that as it relates to SB 9 would be helpful.
If I may. Thank you for raising these issues, because I think that there are going to be some impacts, at least anticipated, related to SB 9 that are not known, right? So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know if Renee or Mike. Okay, so at some point, are we going to get an analysis as to how we're going to address any fees that should be associated with, you know, subdividing lots and then adding, you know, another home on each lot, and what that may look like for us? Or is that a topic for tonight that we were going to be presenting as well?
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. So tonight we were going to just touch upon SB 9 and basically the general framework of what SB 9 means when it goes into effect in January. We do have some preliminary information on what it could mean to Clovis. Dave Merchant, our city planner, has been following it, and the Turner Center has done a little bit of research. It looks like, just at a broad brush, right now, there's approximately 1,200 parcels that could qualify
For SB 9?
for SB 9,
Okay.
and that could result, if somebody were to act upon it, maybe up to 2,000 units. So it's not, I mean, it's big, but it's not astronomical. Now, again, there's quite a bit of criteria that you have to be able to meet in order to even qualify, and then there are definitely prohibitions that eliminate a lot of those units from even being able to go onto a site. I would like Mike to talk a little bit about the fees. That was your next question. Depending on the size of that second unit, they could potentially not have to pay any of our development impact fees on that site. But I would like Mike to maybe just go into a little more detail on what the fees could be.
Sure, because it sounds like the question is who's going to be taking the lead on the fees, because we're independent jurisdictions and you guys have your fees and we have our fees, and so who's going to go first?
Right. And as we're going through we're up for our 5-year review this year.
For your fees?
So for our developer fees.
Uh-huh.
Correct. So we just want to make sure that we're following the same lead and we're partnering. And I want to say, this is a conversation that, had we not had this meeting planned, I would have just picked up the phone and called Renee or Mike, and we would have just had that. So we have that relationship where we can do it. It just lends itself to.
Yeah,
to this
absolutely.
opportunity.
And just for those who aren't familiar with Senate Bill 9, it allows a secondary home or on a parcel, but it has to meet certain criteria. And that's what they're talking about. Go ahead, Mike.
Quick question, does it subdivide the lot? Or as far as,
It won't be subdivided, it could be the same.
You can break one, I'll let the experts talk.
Well, I don't know if we're the experts right yet, but we definitely have looked into it. So part of the packets that are on the table and handed out was a quick summary sheet on SB 9, and it's actually titled The End of Single-Family Zoning. And really, it requires local jurisdictions to ministerially approve single-family lots that meet certain criteria. And what that means is you can add a second unit to an existing lot, or you could split that lot and then add two more units to that split. So again, it really depends on the size of the lot and if you meet the criteria. If, you're not in a flood zone, you're not in a hazard for fire, it's not a conservation easement, it doesn't have sensitive habitat, then you could potentially split that lot, and what was once just one home could potentially be up to 4 homes.
And I just had a quick question. And ministerial is a state government way of saying this Clovis City Council doesn't have too much input on it, right? That's right.
Yes, we heard earlier, one of our local constituents complain about the school board not having local control. Well, this is an example of how the city council has lost local control, because the Senate, they sponsored this bill and our governor signed it. So what's happened to you at the school board happens to us as well. And so Sacramento thinks they can plan a city better than us locals. So they can educate our children better, and they can plan our cities better. So it's the same coin, just the other side. Go ahead, Mike.
So with regard to the current fee structure that we have today, we do allow for accessory dwelling units. Fees aren't charged for any of those accessory dwelling units or building additions if the permit was issued within the city of Clovis originally. If it was issued when it was in the county and that parcel never paid development fees, we'll look at a proportional share of development fees based on the increased square footage of the house. With regard to SB 9 and the potential for even more units on these lots, we're also embarking on a more in-depth fee analysis this year. And certainly that's going to be part of what we look at is what can we expect as far as the number of units? Is there going to be proliferation of these? I don't suspect that it's going to happen quickly. We may have some time to look at this in some depth, but it's certainly going to be part of what we look at when we do our next fee update.
Mike, in having conversations with the development community, there are some unbuilt single-family residential lots within the city of Clovis. There's an entitlement. Have you heard whether any of the developers are now reconsidering whether they're just going to stick with the plan that has been presented, or whether they're going to now, instead of having one home on a single-family residential lot, they're going to try to make it more than one home? And if they can.
I haven't heard anything. I'll look to Renee.
I have. So I actually have heard from a developer, Gary McDonald, who is aware of it. Now, whether or not he's going to act upon it, that is to be seen. But again, there are prohibitions on the lots that you own. You can't have consecutive lots next to each other that you then subdivide and build these extra units on. So the criteria will be important, but they are aware, at least one developer, and he has shown some interest.
So for some reason, and this is probably a rumor mill thing, I had the idea that whenever there was going to be a subdivision or an additional residence associated with one lot, that the person who's doing it has to live there for a time. Is that true or not true, or have you heard anything about that? So like if it's a vacant lot, then...
Yeah, so part of the summary sheet that I put together is, it does address that, and I believe, I'm looking at my summary sheet right now. Is it down at the bottom? Yeah, so for lot splits, applicants must submit an affidavit, and that indicates they intend to occupy one of the units as a principal residence for at least 3 years.
Okay, so developers can't come in on their own and all of a sudden do the subdivision with an additional lot. It has to be somebody who actually has that.
Right, so that's part of that criteria, and the
Okay.
prohibitions we'll continue to dig into and better understand. You know, this is fairly recent legislation that was just approved, and there have been quite a few webinars, you know, on it. Some of them, there's conflicting information, so we're working with our legal staff, Scott Cross, to better understand what exactly this particular SB 9 means.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mayor, if I may. No, I just wanted to be very clear that the city of Clovis has been on top of this since its inception, because we knew that if this passed, then our residents now have no opportunity for recourse. In other words, there's no hearing, it just happens, and then before you know it, it's built in your backyard. And that's what we didn't want. And so the League of Cities opposed it, but still the legislatures approved it and the governor signed it. So League of Cities, all the cities joined together. And so we even opposed it as cities, and it still went ahead. And so here we are, like Mayor said earlier, you know, we want to be able to control, not that we're against, you know, any type of development, because we want people to live in Clovis, but we just want to do it well, and we want to plan for it. And that has been taken away. So just let you know that it really, this one is truly not the city of Clovis at all.
And proof that we do like homes, similar homes, like the cottage program. We brought that to Clovis. No one forced that down our throats. That was local control. We encouraged people who had bigger lots in Old Town to try to develop this. But now this is not us. This is the state of California. So the first program, the cottage program in Old Town, that was organic, and we sought to do that. But this is Sacramento telling us what to do.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay. Any more?
Any other comments from the board? All right, I'd like to turn, public comment? Yeah. Public comments on what Denver presented? I liked when you were calling. You did a good job on that. If not, we'll move on.
We have it wet too. Hey, it took me a while to learn. Okay.
Do we have anybody that,
No,
Okay.
no one.
Okay.
Dr. O'Brien?
Last week I learned she's the new city clerk. It took me a while to get that down.
Well, good evening, members of the board and members of the Clovis Unified, members of the council, members of the Clovis Unified Board. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the dress code review that's being undertaken in Clovis Unified at this time. I think it's something that will be of interest to the council. For decades, as you may know, Clovis Unified has had a dress code. And among some of the purposes of that dress code are to promote a learning environment that is conducive to safety, decorum, and a focus on learning. And over the years, that dress code has evolved, and really what has precipitated that evolution has been recommendations from our own students, specifically our inter-school council. As a council that is made up of 6 students from each of our 5 comprehensive high schools. So it's 30 students who represent their peers at our high schools, and every year make recommendations to the Clovis Unified School Board in the month of May. And just to give you some examples, back in 2016, the ISC made some recommendations around gender equity of the dress code. And at that time, Clovis Unified School Board amended the dress code in 3 key areas of gender equity, and that would have been hair, earrings, and shoulder straps. And so prior to that, you probably all remember when shorts was changed, and students can now wear shorts year-round. And over the years, we've received overwhelming response of support in our dress code from our parent community via our annual SART survey. SART stands for School Assessment Review Team. And as many of you who are parents recall that every year we do have a SART survey, and it's always been a question on there. Just this past year, 62% of our parents said that they would like the dress code to either remain the same or be more strict. And so this May, in May of 2021, once again, the ISC made some recommendations to the school board, and they were very specific in that following a review of referrals to the Student Responsibility Centre and obviously soliciting feedback from their peers, certain areas like leggings came up, jeans with frays on them, those kinds of things became an issue. And in addition, we did have some representation from our community also come to our board meetings and express some concerns about our dress code. And so Clovis Unified decided at the request of our governing board to embark on a comprehensive review of our dress code. And our team developed a plan. That is, we're kind of coming to the end of the plan in terms of the feedback stage. It has involved meetings at every school site, actually involved a district SART meeting, SART meetings and IDAC meetings. IDAC is another acronym that we use, Intercultural and Diversity Advisory Council. And so our board members and our admin teams have been attending those meetings all across our district to listen to the feedback of our parents. Some have been conducted virtually and many of them in person. And so our school sites are soliciting feedback from our parents through those meetings, from our students at the school sites, and also from our staff at staff meetings. We've also been providing multiple ways for our community to provide feedback. We have a portal on our website, which frankly has hundreds of comments at this time, which we've been synthesizing and categorizing. We also have, obviously, we have had a lot of speakers at our board meetings over the last several months. And we've had emails to ourselves and our board members. So there's been articles on our website, in our paper, newsletter, reminders to our community, and then reminders going out via our Clovis Unified app to our community, just to make sure that everybody feels that they have a voice in the process. So the timeline is that here in the middle of November, we're going to have a board workshop with our board. We're, as I mentioned, coming to the end of soliciting the feedback. We'll be next week kind of categorizing that information, providing it to our governing board. And the goal is to bring it bring in recommendations to our board at their December 10th governing board meeting. And then they will be taking action at our January 12th board meeting, and the goal will be to start our second semester of the 21-22 school year with our revised dress code. I think I covered all the points. Are there any questions about that? Thank you so much, and to all of those who've been involved in the process, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Any public comments on the dress code review?
Thank you. Again, Josh Fulfer, lifelong resident of Clovis. I think this is one of those categories I talked about earlier where we're becoming more like Fresno. We're not separated. I know I've talked to the board numerous times on this, the CUSD school board, and explained to them some of my life experiences The dress code was much stronger when I was in school. You couldn't have your hair halfway past the dress collar, and I hated it as a child. I absolutely hated it. As a parent, I loved it, and it was the whole reason I bought my home in Clovis, was to so these children can grow up learning some respect and dignity and understanding that when they get out in the real world, they're going to need to understand how to work. Not everybody's going to get a tech job at Google where they can bring their dogs to work every day. And so I think it's extremely important that we still, when you guys make this decision, we still are different from other districts. I think that is huge. It's going to be, I told the story in other board meetings where when I was managing different departments and I would have to hire temporary employees, the temporary agency would already know I was looking for Clovis school graduates because the way, for one, their education, for two, they knew how to present themselves, and if I had to compare when we had 10 temporary people to help us out, I could tell you without a doubt which one went to Clovis and which one was outside of Clovis. And I think that's very important because, again, you're teaching these kids at a young age, you're putting something in them that will last a lifetime and go a lifetime. So I just hope that the CUSD does the right thing. And if you get any restrictions, I've said this before, go to uniforms, get rid of all the problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Now move on to school start times. Corinne?
If I may, Board President, there is one person online, Sean Soares. Sean, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Sean? Yes.
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it. So I have a couple of issues that y'all stay focused to the dress code issue. I taught for a long time. I was a Clovis West graduate back in '99. I was the type of student that I definitely pushed when it came to dress code, and like Josh said before me, there was a reason that the dress code was the way it was. And no matter where you push the dress code, I taught for 13 years in a continuation school in Central Unified. And no matter where you put the dress code, there's always going to be kids that follow the rules. There's always going to be kids that push the envelope, and there's always going to be kids that are going to break the dress code rules. So it's not, to me, it's not the dress code policy that is the issue here. It's the countless stories that we heard that the kids were actually talking about dress code, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. And I had an opportunity to talk to some of those same students in the hallways, and their biggest concern was they weren't being heard. And the biggest issue that I was finding with the stories that they were saying, like I said, the dress code led them to be objectified in the schools, and either the issues that they were having were not being addressed by the administration, or they just it wasn't being told to the public as to what was happening in those encounters. And countless girls came up and talked about that they were being sexualized by a dress code, that it is what it is. You could have a dress code be what it is, but there is a way to address a female student that is dressing inappropriately. And that wasn't being done from what the students are saying. Now, I get it. Perspective is in the eye of the beholder. And I do feel that if a young female student, for any reason, is feeling a certain way and there is nothing being done about that, then that just, it removes their body autonomy, and they're sitting there. And what we've done over the last, 8 months or 10 months as they've been in school, we forced them to wear masks, and we've removed their ability to do what's right for them. And all of a sudden, the mask has become an even bigger dress code issue than any other dress code issue that you could ever imagine. So while we're busy changing a dress code, we're not addressing the root issue, we're addressing the symptoms. And if we continue to address the symptoms and change the dress code however you want, you're always going to have kids that are going to bend and break those rules. But the concern is, and I don't know how, more parents didn't come to speak on behalf of their children, but if these young ladies are in school and they feel like there is something happening to them and they feel uncomfortable, because of a male administrator or teacher. And again, is it true? I don't know. I tend to err on the side of believing the kid and then investigating, but we don't know anything going on, and these same stories each week were coming out over and over and over. And that's very concerning to me as a parent of two daughters, you know, and of somebody who right now we're looking at females and all students and saying, hey, even if you feel a certain way about wearing a mask, you need to wear a mask. And when does that end with their body autonomy and what they're actually trying to, when they come to school, what they're doing? We're removing a personal feeling and something that these kids believe. We're removing that from them and telling them, hey, this is what the rules are. You need to follow the rules or else. And I feel like that's a very slippery slope, and I'll get into the other stuff in a minute, but I feel like dress code it's a bigger issue with how we're handling dress code, because even though when I was young, I broke the rule or bent the rules, I would say, when I got called out, I owned up to it. But it was always done in a manner that was like, Sean, you know, you're breaking the dress code rules. I never felt like it was something that I felt fearful for. That if I did push an envelope, like I was going to be sexualized or objectified. Maybe luckily that you know,
Sean,
my gender plate got.
Sean,
Yes.
this is Mayor Flores. Can you wrap up your comments now?
Yes. So I just think that within the dress code, rather than changing the dress code, how we handle those dress code issues are the major concern, and not necessarily dress code itself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Any other public comments on the dress code?
None online.
You okay? All right. Then Corinne Fulmer, Associate Superintendent of School Leadership.
Well, thank you for having me this evening. Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak specifically to the later school start times. And I know that several years ago when SB 328 passed, we were all aware of it, and we've had a lot occur, but it is still going to happen for our 22-23 school year. And so SB 328 is a California law that requires secondary schools to move their start times later in the morning. It stipulates that intermediate schools must start no earlier than 8 a.m., and high schools must start first period no earlier than 8:30 a.m. And so this is going to have an impact on our broader community as a whole, which we think is really important to kind of bring to you tonight. We have been equally, as Dr. O'Brien discussed with our dress code, our meetings, we've engaged our community in feedback and conversation around what this impact will be. Because our school system is developed in such that we share many services such as transportation. When we look at that, the secondary start times must begin later, it has an impact on our elementary schools as well. We then have to adjust, either elementary must also go later to accommodate busing, or we must move our elementary schools earlier. And that has been a conversation that we've been engaging our community in terms of which direction they would like to see that go. That'll be very impactful for our city. I'm going to be very honest. It's going to change the times that we see traffic patterns with the change of this and the coming and going and those things. School-wide systems, it'll change some things for us. We'll be looking to make sure that we can still ensure equal opportunities for all students. So co-curricular transportation, what do our after-school programs look like, extending campus clubs, a wide variety of systems that we have in child development that will be impacted by the adjustments that will occur. So as we have begun to explore this, obviously we have a few goals. One is to comply with the law. We hope to minimize disruption to existing schedules wherever possible and make operational adjustments to make sure that we can pull this off with minimal impact to our community. And our goals with that has been to also maximize our academic options so that in making these changes, we don't end up restricting anything that we currently offer for our students in terms of opportunities. We want to continue to provide co-curricular schedules that are accessible to all students. That's something we pride ourselves in with our recreational runs that happen in the evenings, getting kids to and from. This will just kind of flip our things a little bit. We have to consider daylight, winter sports, wide variety of facility usage, and so a lot to explore with that. and then working within our existing infrastructure. With the feedback we've received, we have a committee, a steering committee as a district, involves a wide variety of departments because this change, not only for our community, it's going to impact a lot of our structures in our district, such as I've talked about transportation, but our food services, right? Times and hours will adjust on that. Custodial, other operational capacities, like I said, preschool offerings, child development, our special education services. So this is wide-reaching, even though it sounds like it only means that secondary schools have to start later. But we are very confident. Our community has provided us with a lot of feedback, a lot of considerations that we continue to collect. Equally, like Dr. O'Brien talked about, we've had meetings for feedback, and we also have the availability to provide feedback on our district website and every school webpage for comments, and all of that is being gathered for trends. I'll say at least thus far, the trend generally has been that elementary schools to move earlier. That's the general trend. We still need to disaggregate all the data and look at that. Our goal will be equally like our dress code. We'll take for information recommendations on the bell schedule changes in December, and then it'll go for board approval in January. And I often get the question, why so early? Why in January? Because we need to make sure our families have time to make adjustments. We want to make sure that we have time to communicate the changes we'll have in campus clubs and activities and those things, and make sure that we're prepared for the fall start.
Thank you.
We're fortunate in that our Clovis Transit is free now. So hopefully that's something that we'll be able to partner with the district on, because obviously some kids can't, because of the distance they go to school, they're not going to be eligible. Hopefully we'll be able to kind of fill that need with our transit people.
That's great. Yeah, the partnership will be very important.
If I may. So, Dr. Fulmer, thank you for being here and for your presentation. I guess a couple of things come to mind. Is there still going to be like an opportunity for campus club early in the morning before school starts? That won't impact?
Yeah, I think it'll depend on each individual school, and that's where, as we get recommendations, we'll continue to go back out to each of those individual parent communities to make sure what is the need, depending on the start time. But yes, we will still have campus club. We anticipate with elementary moving earlier, we might need more campus club in the after-school hours, because when they start earlier, they'll get out earlier. But for those working parents, we recognize that's a need, and at those sites where it's needed.
Okay. And then, I don't know if this is a question for Scott, or does CUSD have legal representation here tonight? That's the same firm, but, so has there been a CEQA challenge yet to this bill related to the impact it's going to have on transportation and potentially some congestion that may impact our environment, or is this law excluded from any CEQA challenges, or does anybody know the answer to that?
I honestly don't know the answer, so I'll defer to anyone who may have it.
I'm not aware of a CEQA challenge to this bill.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think it's when items like this or laws like this get passed that we realize how important the school is, because I mean, just look at the facility use. It's going to extend everything so late that me taking care of my child after school now probably get out at 5, they probably don't get to use it. So I just see that there's so much more input needed just from our community. So that way, how do we adjust? Because the school is so important in our club activities, not just sports, but everything else that we use, whether it's performing arts, everything, and how important it is. Yeah, even church probably. Yeah, and so, well, however we can help, because I just see how sometimes we pass rules and we don't know the impact it is on the person who implements it, and this is one of those. So, my comment.
Any public comments on school start?
Hi, for people. Okay. For people who work outdoors, it's more of a hardship. And it's not just the busing, it's actually being with your kids. The time you get to be with your kids. It's not that you get to drop them off early, you can put them on a bus. It's like, if you miss them in the morning, like I do outdoor work, so I had to drop my kids off before campus club sometimes, because it was 1 hour before, and it was only certain days. So they were at the park right next to the school, and I felt really bad for doing it, but other parents did it too. So, but we are an agricultural area, and outdoor work is common for many parents, and this doesn't go well with that. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Introduce Norm Anderson, Deputy Superintendent. Others? Did we have more? Okay, thank you. Other school challenges. We have other challenges, Norm?
There's only 3 buttons, so the challenge is finding out which of the 3. I hit it on the 3rd time, so yeah, there's definitely. Well, you know, I think a little bit of the theme is, as you all know from both of the boards, that some things happen with us and some things happen to us. And we are working very hard to navigate those things that happen to us and make them as positive for our community and for our schools as we can. And those are sometimes the challenges, because there are times when people don't feel heard, because we've been those people. We spoke against the late start. We've spoken against a lot of these items, as have many other districts, and yet when it goes to the legislature, it's almost a unanimous vote. And so we grip and bear it, and we go make the best of it, and I think that's what we're all trying to do as well too, realizing we're all parents, and it is very much of an inconvenience for parents, and it's an adjustment on time schedules and work schedules and lots of things that maybe some people didn't think about when they passed this. But obviously there are some other challenges that we share as a community, we share as a school district, and one of those for us is simply just staffing. There is a huge shortage of staffing within our district, and I know just sitting with Chief Fleming, there's a huge shortage within the city as well. And that's a challenge for us with everything going on in our school sites and serving 42,000 students, and we're short on subs, we're short on bus drivers, we're short on food service workers, and everybody, including in our community, is working extra hard to cover things and to take over duties that maybe they didn't necessarily sign up for to make it all work. And that's why I just applaud our school district, our teachers, our certificated, our classified workers, and also members of our community that do own, as was said earlier, small businesses that are having a hard time finding employees, but they keep doors open and they keep servicing our communities and our families. But that is going to be something I think that we're going to see here for a little while, and it's definitely a challenge because it is very hard on the people who are still working, and the amount of time that they have to put in and the extra work that they have to do, because their other job still sits there and has to get done as well too. So that for us. We also have a lot of work that our county superintendents, and Dr. O'Brien, got it right, first time saying it out loud, applaud myself, sorry, but has really been meeting with the county superintendents. In fact, they were on a conference call today with Assemblyman Aramdila and Borges, State Senator Borges. And so really just talking about the challenges that our county districts are having with some of the things that are being passed down, but also just the natural effects of the economy and the system we're in. Some of that is just simply sub shortages, and how do we as a state approve the ability for people who want to be substitutes in our system, in our educational system, to get hired quicker, and still going through the process, but at a quicker rate if we can. We're also trying to address the amount of independent study rules and laws and guidelines, because we have a lot of students on quarantine, and that really creates an impact not just on the students but also on the school itself, and trying to provide that education while those students are at home. So they've been working on that as a team. Also with the flexibility of funding, we see a lot of money coming in. People talk about money. It's really one-time money. It's one-time money that we would naturally spend on staffing to have a positive effect on learning loss, to have a positive effect on the social and emotional learning. And yet those are one-time monies, and staffing isn't available to hire to spend that money and to put those things into effect. And so what we as a district have been asking, and what the superintendents are asking of the state, is to extend the ability for us to use that money so it doesn't expire in a year or two, because we don't think that this is going to, our need is not going to disappear in a year or two. And this is one-time money. It's not ongoing money, which is always a challenge for cities and school districts as well. And then the other part is the vaccine mandates. When edicts get passed down and when we do press conferences, we have the fallout as a community. And I know it's on the agenda, so I won't speak too much of this, but also as a school district. And what do exemptions actually mean? What is the definition of an exemption, or are those going to be allowed? And it's hard when we continually say we don't know yet, but we really don't know yet. And we're urging time for us to process that, and for some real direction from the state and from either the legislature or through regulation that will be coming about. And I think the last thing is we all anticipated learning loss. You know, we anticipated. The education didn't stop during when students were at home, but we anticipated learning loss. And that's one of our challenges that we're still working with all of our students. I don't know that we anticipated the social emotional, we knew it was going to be there, but I don't know if we anticipated the social emotional and the behavioral issues that came from students being home for so long. And that is a big challenge that our schools are going through right now. We're retraining students on how to work inside a classroom and how to behave on a campus, where, you know, it's, no offense, my boys were home too. We all had family that were home, but some of that went unregulated for a while. So some things we can talk about and say at home, we don't necessarily do that at school. We all learned that when we were kids as well too. So those are just some of the challenges that I think we're going to go through. We're going to overcome them, and we're going to create best systems to help our students grow and help our staff get through this as well too. But those are just a few of the challenges we see.
Thank you. Any questions for Norm? Thank you, Norm. Public comments? Well, thank you. Anyone online?
There is one person online, Sean Suarez. Sean, you're unmuted.
Hi there. Thanks for allowing me to speak again. I just had a couple issues that I wanted to bring on about this too. You know, I was going to a lot of board meetings. Unfortunately, there was a picture that was taken that kind of led me to believe that through the new edicts that have been passed down, that us speaking in defense of our children, because it does feel like, and Mr. Anderson, he hit the nail on the head. You know, I understand that people are on a rock and a hard place right now, but at the same time, I just feel like we're not fighting for kids who are looking at what's happening right now in this situation, that are dealing with mental health issues. It just keeps to be like there's only one focus. And to me, is why is the fear of COVID greater than my fear I have for my children? And I fear, I definitely fear the unknown that's going on with the vaccines, and nobody can give us any assurances that these will not happen. Nobody's taking any liability for the vaccines or the mask for that matter, and the repercussions of the mental health issues that we have going on due to the masks and dehumanizing teachers and kids. And, you know, like I said, I taught in places, and I've saved many kids from suicide that I found out later on down the road, because I was able to use facial cues and smiles and different things that teachers aren't able to do. And we're removing the humanity from teaching. And what makes great teachers, and Dr. Buchanan was an amazing man. And every time I saw him, I felt a certain way. And it's not what you've given somebody, it's not what you told somebody, but it's how you made them feel. And I feel as if that's no longer happening. Kids are going to school, and there is the hypocrisy of, you know, my daughters are on Clovis online right now. They had to drop off of their volleyball teams due to these mandates, because I will not have my daughters go to school knowing that they're not sick, knowing that they're not causing anybody else to be sick. And so they had to leave. And there's a lot of little girls and their friends that are at that school, and boys for that matter, that go and they're wearing masks, and they know that they're doing is wrong. And then we're encouraging them to either break the rules, bend the rules, or go around the rules. So you have kids, you know, wearing their masks around their chin just to get by because they're wearing their mask, but it's not really doing what its intended purpose. There's just so much stuff that's going on there, and there's just a lack of transparency. You know, I try to find out some information about what's going on with the district and funds through some FOIAs, and the responses I got back are very ambiguous. You're looking at a vaccine that, and again, the state is going to take over this district one way or another, and you could either, you know, do what's right by kids and have an enormous tsunami of parents that are fighting for their children's freedoms, or you can just continue to do what the state does, and then slowly there's going to be parents in this district that are just going to start to remove their kids. And I look at the new building being made, and it's like, we might not even need a new school with the amount of people that are talking about removing their kids if a vaccine mandate comes down the pike. You know, masks is one thing, but injecting their kids who are not at risk of getting sick and dying, and we're going to force this vaccination on them. And that's where it comes down to, is how much are we willing to stand as a district, as a city, that is putting the onus and the yoke of this on the children's back? How long are we willing to stand by and allow them to do that and fight on the front line while we continue to follow these mandates that are not for kids? They're for the bureaucracy at the top. Just to me, it's making a lot of sense in what we're doing. And just the transparency, can anybody, you know, really look and see what is it that we are protecting our children from versus what I'm afraid of? And I'm quite afraid of a lot of things. Strep throat, a mask, bacterial pneumonia. I even had a friend whose daughter had staph infection on her face and went to the doctor. And
Mr. Suarez, can you wrap it up? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I understand. I'm keeping my time for the last one. I appreciate it. But I'm just really concerned with the fact that nobody is standing up for kids. Nobody knows what's going on in their lives. Nobody knows what's going on in their minds, because the relationship between the teacher and the student is fractured. We're creating division amongst teachers and parents in the school and parents, because now kids are having to choose between their sports teams and their sports and their friends.
Okay,
and what their
okay.
parents
Thank you very much. We get
10 seconds left, sir. You're cutting me off.
no. We've given you.
I timed it.
At the city of Clovis, we give every participant 5 minutes.
No, I
or
timed it.
less.
There's my arm. You cut me off early.
No, sir.
No, you
You've
didn't.
been given
I
5
timed
minutes.
it.
Everyone gets 5 minutes.
It wasn't 5 minutes, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else who wants to speak? Public? Well, thank you. That wraps up. I just would like to say, certainly California's a big state. Lots of different type of school districts all across the state, from, LA, down to ones that are just elementary school. Certainly, they're painting a broad brush, which we get included, and we're different in Clovis Unified. We're not even the same as Fresno Unified in many of the ways. And I have no problem with the state, strongly recommending, fully educating us on what they think is right, but then to mandate us and treat us the same as every other school district, I think that's difficult. And Clovis probably understands that, because you aren't the same as other cities that you're being mandated to do, and it is frustrating. So we're trying to figure out how to do that as well. You can tell we have parents who are very frustrated, thinking somehow we can act differently than that, but it's certainly been a most challenging thing, is being told how to run a school district, probably more than we've ever had in the past. That's been our biggest challenge. I just want to add that we're having in our school district, telling us how we do our job.
Yes, and that's one thing we're proud of here in Clovis, that and we always fight for local control, and we appreciate Clovis Unified School District, and we appreciate this meeting. We look forward to this meeting because I think over the years, since the inception of Clovis Unified and Clovis, the city, we've had similar philosophies, similar cultures, and we worked very well together. And it's evident by us meeting at least once a year, the two boards, and then every quarter we tried. COVID really did a number on us as far as that was concerned. But we used to meet quarterly and try to get things accomplished, because we share the same constituency. So I think we accomplish a lot when we meet like we're meeting today. And I think you're right, Dr. Fogg. Very few cities and school districts do these types of meetings, and I would encourage other cities to do the same. So we'll move on to our portion of the meeting, item 13, city growth, development updates, planning and development services. This microphone doesn't like me. Renee Mathis.
I think I may have been messing with the mic. Sorry. And look, I've been helping everyone tonight. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Clovis Unified School District board members, and Superintendent O'Brien. I almost said the wrong name, and I wasn't even at the breakfast. Welcome. Again, my name's Renee Mathis. I am the Planning and Development Services Director. I'm newly in this position. It'll be a year in December. With me tonight, I have Dave Merchant, our city planner, and Mike Harrison, our city engineer. While I will be presenting, they are both available if there's any specific projects or questions you have. We are going to do our very best to answer all of your questions. I mentioned earlier, I have provided some handouts on our ADUs, our cottage homes, a little information on SB 9, and then there's two exhibits because we love to talk about our street projects. They're very important, but they're also important to the school district, so you know what streets we're going to be doing work on, and then our road closures. So tonight's agenda for myself, I really wanted to hit on 5 main topics. I wanted to talk about our building permit activity, touch upon what I consider some very important and high-profile developments in the city, some important planning updates, and then touch upon our Capitol Street investment projects and some of our significant road closures. So to start, the 2014 Clovis General Plan, or the General Plan overall, is our comprehensive planning document that really paves the pathway for all of our future land use decisions. The vision of our general plan is to have committed and really thoughtful planning that is natural, it's organized, and it really connects all of our developments, our schools, our neighborhoods, our commercial developments that you see coming out of the ground around the city. We also strive to preserve our core Clovis area by allowing development out in 3 urban centers. And I'm really going to focus on those 3 urban centers tonight as part of my presentation. And those centers are the Southeast, or Loma Vista, which you're probably more familiar with, the Northwest, Heritage Grove, and then our Northeast area. These urban centers really focus our growth outward. They're unique sub-communities of the core of Clovis, and we've designed them and planned for them to be of high quality, to be fiscally sustainable, and to be balanced. And balanced means there's a good balance between the residential component, the commercial, the retail, the open space, and the public facilities. At full build-out, all of our urban centers are going to be home to about 30,000 residents, and that equates to about 10,000 rooftops. So I mentioned one of my 5 bullets I want to talk about is the building permit activity. And while historically we show a graph every year during the budget to our city council that says over the last 30 years, our historical average is about 800 residential permits. I thought it would be more important to really focus on what we've seen the last 6 years. And this chart demonstrates that our single-family permits have been relatively high. We've seen more multifamily in the last handful of years as well. Now, if you focus on 2020, 2021, we issued over 1,100 single-family permits. We haven't seen that kind of activity since the early 2000s. Now, 21, 22, we've started off a little bit slower. We've finished the first quarter of this fiscal year, and we've issued approximately 175 permits. The majority of those are single family. Small percentage of them are multifamily. So why? We know that there's definitely consumer interest out there, but we're hearing from the development community that resources are hard to come by, materials are hard to come by, components for homes are hard to come by. So we believe that this low level of permit activity, at least issuance in this first quarter, is due to those reasons. Now, the number of permits are projects that we have in the queue, and what we're hearing from the building industry, we believe we will end this fiscal year at our historical average of at least 800 permits. So a little bit about the demographics of Clovis. Our population is approximately 120,000. We cover 24 square miles. This exhibit is really to kind of just mark out our city limits, which is the black line, if you can see it, and our sphere of influence, and that is the area we reasonably believe we will grow into. That's the red boundary. The blue shaded area outlines Clovis Unified School District boundary, and then the gray hatched area to the right side of the exhibit at the lower bottom, that's Sanger Unified School District. I've also identified the 3 urban centers that I mentioned earlier. So starting at the top, let's see if I can get this. There is our Northwest Heritage Grove area. Then you move over to the southeast, that's our Southeast Urban Center, and then down here is our Loma Vista Southeast Urban Center, and I'm sorry, that is the northeast. And then the stars, just for reference, are your Clovis Unified High School sites. So the star at the very top, that is Clovis North. It's just west of Willow. Then heading down, you've got Buchanan, school close to my heart. That's where my kids went. And then you've got Clovis High, and you've got Clovis East. So really, the activity I want to touch upon is going to be primarily focused in the 3 urban centers, and that's what I'll move next into. But there's a few high-priority projects I do want to just touch upon in the core area of Clovis. So here's our Loma Vista area, and this boundary is, it's approximately 3,300 acres. We're almost 70% built out. You can see that by the aerial here. We've got over 5,000 rooftops. So your school site, John, there we go. There's your school site. That's your Clovis East site. It's really in the heart of the Loma Vista area. Some important developments that we have going on. So just north of your school site, this is Shaw Avenue. You've got Leonard. We've got the Marketplace. That is a 23-acre shopping center and office site. That site has received its entitlements, and it's got plans into our building division and our engineering division. We're hoping to see the first phases of development come out of the ground here this next year. Just to the south of that site on Loma Vista Parkway to the east of Leonard, we've got our Fire Station 6. It's currently under construction. You can see it coming out of the ground. No, it is not going to be that pretty blue wrapping around the station. It is scheduled to be complete early 2022. We expect it to be actually complete by February. If you go just to the south of the fire station, we've got our Village Green. That's our main park site there in the south community of Loma Vista. It's a 7-acre park site. It's going to be amazing. This park's going to have passive recreation, active recreation. It's going to have a plaza, a clock tower, an amphitheater. It's going to have, you know, park outs for food trucks. It's really going to be amazing. That park site is currently under design. We anticipate that design to be complete in the spring of 22. We'll go out to bid right after that design's done, and it's about a year-long construction. So if all goes right, we will have that park site open to the public in the spring of 23. If we go just to the east of the Clovis East educational site, you've got about a 300-acre master plan community. We've got entitlements that are into the city right now. It's predominantly residential. It's focused around an amenity. The McFarlands own the land, and they're looking to maintain that amenity as their home place. So we are in the early stages of processing that entitlement, and we are currently under environmental review. Again, it's about 300 acres, predominantly single family. There is some multifamily and a small component of commercial associated with that site. Then if we go down here, this vacant piece of property right here. The city has just processed and approved an entitlement for an approximately 215-unit apartment complex. That is Ashland, just to the east of Leonard. That's a great project because not only is it going to give us the housing that's needed, but it's also going to complete out Ashland Avenue and the sidewalks that are missing in that area. So aside from kind of those higher priority projects in Loma Vista, we have active development from all of the major home builders here in Clovis in various phases. And those are all projects that have gone through the normal routing process, and Clovis Unified has been part of that review. So now we're going to jump up to the northwest, or the Heritage Grove area. This area is north of Shepherd, east of Willow. It's approximately 2,500 acres in size. We're really just seeing the beginnings of development in this urban center down here in the southeast area. We've got approximately 200 rooftops that are currently built via Wilson and Lennar, and then Lennar is in their next phase of development just on the east side of the Enterprise Canal. And we should be seeing upward of 300 more rooftops in the next year, year and a half in that area. Moving over to the west, we've got the Heritage Development Company that has just begun the preparation of a specific plan that'll cover about 900 acres in this general area. The specific plan is going to cover a mixed-use business campus. It's going to include a mixed-use village. It's going to have various densities of residential. It will have open space and public facilities. Along with the preparation of that specific plan is an environmental impact report. We've just now entered into a contract to begin that work. That'll take us at least 15 months to complete. As soon as that report's complete and the entitlements are processed, they will begin construction, and that construction will span anywhere from 10 to 15 years until that entire 900, it's actually just under 900 acres, are developed. In addition to what we have in, there's some interest from developers. I know we talked about, I think, Denver, you mentioned some school sites, potentially, you know, in this area along Beeheimer and Minnewawa. We have south of Beeheimer, there's approximately 73 acres where we've got some interest from a developer to build some medium density right now homes. We're in the early stages, again, of doing environmental work, so we're at least a year to 2 years out, because, again, that's an area that after we go through the environmental, it will need to annex into the city. So just getting outside of the outskirts of Heritage Grove, I thought I would capitalize on the aerial I have here. We do have some interest from a developer to bring this area into the city's sphere. So it is currently not in the city's sphere, so that alone will take a little bit of time, but once we are able to start to work on the environmental, this area, there could be approximately 75 acres of residential homes that would be annexed into the city, and then a larger area, approximately 155 acres, that would be brought into the city's sphere. And then I also want to touch upon this corner here, the southeast corner of Willow and Shepherd. We know it as Enzo's Table. The city has recently received an application to entitle approximately 18 acres there. That will be a mixed use of retail and office, and then also multifamily. Since the applications are in, the multifamily includes, I believe it's approximately 255 units of townhomes. They have a variety of product that they will be developing. Now, this is a project we anticipate the entitlements will go fairly quickly. We are hoping to have everything approved before the end of this calendar year, and then they will immediately move into submitting their engineering plans and building plans. So we're hoping by the end of this fiscal year, we see some activity. Now, in talking with the avenue at Heritage Grove, the applicant, they anticipate full build-out will take anywhere from 24 to 30 months. Now we're gonna head over to the Northeast Urban Center, and while the Northeast Urban...
I had a question on that last development.
Sure.
Do you want to wait till you're done, or you want to?
I don't know if I can go back. John, now I'm really going wrong.
So you don't want to have to look, a couple questions. The canals that are open around there, are they ever planned to be covered at all, or are they going to remain open?
So the city is working with the Fresno Irrigation District on a trails agreement right now, and I think the preference, I'm going to look to Mike, is they would not be piped unless they needed to be for a particular reason. The cost is pretty, it's pretty costly to pipe those, and it's an amenity that if the city is able to work with the irrigation district, we like to keep as part of our open trail system.
Because, the trail that goes through the Dry Creek or around Clovis Avenue, that's knee water. You can walk across that, but those are deep. Mm-hmm. And so I am concerned as we build out for the safety of our kids, and then putting up, chain link fence and stuff changes everything, how it looks. So I'm just wondering if that's something that was been discussed or, at any point. At this point, you're saying no.
Right. Unless...
I like the openness, but then again,
sure,
there is some safety issues.
Absolutely.
Can I jump in?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So it's kind of a policy question for the city of Clovis, and I think that, at least just so that you know, I'm a strong advocate for keeping the canals open as an amenity, so that we can have trails that naturally go along those areas. The safety concern is a legitimate concern, and as we work with FID as to any agreement we have with them, and as we plan it responsibly, we're going to make sure that those safety concerns are addressed. And when it does come up for, full discussion as to what it's going to look like, I really do want to hear your input on whether you think that we've met those concerns or if we haven't. But they're certainly valid concerns, and certainly want to be in touch with that. Thank you for letting me jump in, Renee.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And the second question is, there's only two streets that go all the way to Minnewawa and Willow at this point, that goes all the way to Copper. I don't see any, what plans do you have to have that all the way through? Have those already been set, which roads would be going all the way through?
So we do have, as part of our Heritage Grove design guidelines, the major circulation element. Our staff is working on finalizing the plan lines for the major streets that we'll be taking back to our city council for adoption, going through the appropriate environmental review. And I'm happy to share with the board, I don't have them with me now, but we could definitely provide you our plan lines and what we're proposing through the Heritage Grove Center. I also do want to add in for our trails, our first preference is to not have our trails on the canal banks. Our trails are typically 30 feet. It's a 10-foot path with landscaping on both sides, and where we can have them off of the canal banks and on our own property, that is our first line of preference. Are there any other questions?
I have a quick question. You mentioned that some of these areas are not within the sphere of Clovis, but they will become. What does that involve?
It involves a long time, a lot of processing. So the area I was referring to is right here. So the city's sphere is the red line, and then it also includes this area here that we call Heritage Grove. Because this is not currently within our sphere of influence where we reasonably believe we would be growing into, an application is made to the city. Our city council then approves us moving forward, working with LAFCO in the county to bring that area within our sphere. It can take anywhere from a year to a year and a half to go through that process, because we need to update our plans, we need to do appropriate environmental work, and then once that area is brought into our sphere, if the developer of that property wants to then come into the city's limits, they would go through a process of annexation, and then the appropriate entitlements based on our general plan land use would be carried through. Are there any other questions? All right, we're going to go down the street. Now, we've just basically gone down Shepherd Avenue. This is our Northeast Urban Center. And while the Northeast Urban Center in general is quite large, the city has only brought in about 1,000 acres only. The city has brought in 1,000 acres within our sphere of influence, and that's what's outlined here in the yellow. Over the past year, we've been meeting with a developer to really start the preparation of the master planning for this area. Once that master plan has been at least preliminarily prepared, we will be working on the appropriate environmental that will need to be done, and that will involve conversations with LAFCO and the county. So again, this is an area that while we've had some great discussions, it'll probably be a few years before we actually see any development out in this area, just through all of the appropriate process we need to go through in terms of the master planning. Now, I will say that this area is highly job generating. That's what our expectations were when this sphere was identified. And I'll look to Andy, but I think it's about just under 50%, is that correct, where we thought this area would be designated for jobs, generating about 10,000 jobs? Good. Thank you, Andy. All right. So now I wanted to kind of shift from our urban centers and really focus on some activity that's going on in the core of Clovis. So I know we have mentioned to you in the past our Landmark Square. That's not too far from where we're meeting tonight. They're off of 3rd and Clovis Street. This is where we will currently, hopefully in the next year, actually not hopefully, let me back up. We are currently under construction for our senior center and our transit activity hub. It's a site that covers about 5 acres. We're approximately 25% developed out there. You'll see a lot of work going on. This area will also be home to the future Fresno County Regional Library. The county is working on their own timeline, and unfortunately I cannot report out on where they are, but I do know that they have developed some plans, and we've seen some initial concepts for that library. We're very excited about this site. The buildings are gonna, as you can tell from the illustrations here, it's gonna look really nice in downtown. We have run into a few delays. We had some soil issues that we had to address, and that has caused us to get off of our critical path. We anticipated this project to be complete within a year, and we will not hit that, but we're hoping that we're no more than 9 to 12 months out from now. So in addition to Landmark Square, there's another project I just wanted to bring up. I don't have an exhibit on that, and that's the California Health Sciences University. They have come before the City Council and demonstrated the need for ancillary housing associated for students and faculty. So we anticipate seeing applications this next year for that housing to come into the city. For those of you that aren't familiar with California Health Sciences University, they're located in our Research and Technology Park. It's basically off of Temperance and Alluvial or Owens Mountain Parkway, where our new roundabout is there by the hospital. So there's about 70 acres that's earmarked. 20 of it, I believe, is for student housing, and 50 acres are for for faculty housing. All right. So here are the 3 important planning updates I wanted to touch upon. We've already really talked about SB 9. The city is looking at updating our 2014 general plan. We've been talking about it for about a year now, and we're actually really going to start it. It's going to be a fairly long process, and so we're in the initial phases of preparing an RFP to bring a firm on board to help us audit our current plan and determine really what should the scope of our update be. We know that there's a number of state laws that have changed. We've got, housing regulations. We need to determine, is it a focused EIR? Is it a comprehensive EIR? So that process of auditing our current general plan, we're hoping can be complete within the next 6 to 9 months. And then we can go out and bring a firm on board to actually complete the update. Once that firm's on board, we anticipate the update will take anywhere from 2 to 3 years. The city's also in the midst of working on the 6th cycle RENA housing needs assessment, which will roll into the update of our housing element. And while I'd like to say that's a simple process, it is not. I will tell you, I've sat in a handful of meetings, and we're just really kind of in the beginnings of it. Basically, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, it's a process whereby the state determines the number of housing for a region. And right now what we're hearing is our region is looking at getting about 63,000 new units that will need to be accommodated. Not obviously within our area, but across the Fresno Council of Governments, their region. Once that need assessment is, determined and the actual number of units have been allocated to our region, then that number gets further allocated down to the jurisdictions. Right now, preliminarily, it looks like Clovis could get about 9,100 of those units that we would then need to accommodate as part of our housing element. So it is early on. That number has not been finalized, but we are expecting somewhere in the range of about 9,000 or more new units. The housing element then would accommodate those units, and our housing element needs to be completed by December of 23. So we are early in the process, and we did that on purpose to be able to prepare, and we will definitely, hearing the presentations before me, we will be working with Clovis Unified and sharing with you as we develop that plan. Then SB 9, we did touch upon it already. It again is a bill that will go into effect in January, and it's where the city will have to ministerially approve 2-unit projects and or lot splits that meet and or qualify, meeting the state's certain criteria. So the next 2 slides are really just to go over our major capital street investment projects and our road closures. And you've got exhibits in front of you that highlight both of these items. So I wanted to touch upon these really quickly. So we've got Shaw Avenue. That's one of our regional Measure C projects. We were hoping to already be out to bid. However, we've been delayed a little bit by PG&E. That street improvement project will be split up into 2 phases. Our first phase will be Leonard to McCall, and our second phase will be DeWolf to Leonard. We're hoping that Leonard to McCall will happen here in the next few months, and that is a widening project with traffic signals. We also have some work on Nees Avenue between Clovis and Minnewawa. That's a widening project. That too will be done, there's 2 phases of work. The first phase is the undergrounding of the overhead facilities. We anticipate that to start right after the first of the year. And then our street work would be in the summer of 2022. There will be some road impacts, and as we have to detour or close that road, we'll be sure to work with the school district on any impacts to Buchanan. At the same time, I'm going to kind of go off script a little. The well is developing right there by Nees, and so you could see work happening on the well site at the same time that the city has some work going on. I know they're getting ready to start some of their grading work and kind of really launching into their first phase of development. Herndon Avenue, Temperance to DeWolf, that's another one of our regional Measure C projects. That is a widening project with some traffic signals that will be installed. We're looking at that happening next summer. Barstow, Minnewawa to Clovis, that is a resurfacing project that will occur in the summer of 22. We've got Armstrong, Toll House to Sierra, that's another resurfacing project. We are applying for grant funding, so depending on if we're able to secure that, that project will either go in the summer of 22 or the following year in 23. Then we've got Villa, Minnewawa. It's basically north of Herndon up to Alluvial. That's another widening project that could potentially have some impacts to students traveling to Buchanan, so we will be working up with the school district on any impacts. That is slated to happen summer of 23, and then we have a traffic signal proposed at Nees and Armstrong, and that's right next to Dry Creek Elementary, summer of 23. Before I go on to the road closures, do you have any questions on any of these major capital street investment projects? Did I just put you all to sleep? I'm gonna wake you up.
hold on now. This is going to excite you. All right, Sunnyside, Nees to Teague, it's going to open. I have my construction manager and my city engineer telling me it will open mid-November, and that's a long time coming. So we see that opening up in November. We are going to have an intermittent closure on Fowler between Teague and Shepherd, although I really believe it's between Teague and the Enterprise Canal. That's going to happen in December, and it's going to carry through. There's quite a bit of work going on with the Woodside track just to the west of Fowler there. We also have Leonard Avenue between Gettysburg and Loma Vista. We have identified it as a partial closure, although the developer is asking for a full closure, and our engineering staff is working with them on whether or not that is something the city could grant. That's looking to start sometime this month, if not next month. And then we also have Gettysburg, DeWolf to Leonard. That's another full closure that will happen later this month and in November. So with that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions, and if I cannot answer them, I have got staff here that can. Thank you.
Questions for Renee?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I have necessarily questions, but just some comments to the school board related to what it is that you just observed. Do you have the ability to go back to that northeast growth area? I think that one of the points that we're trying to, right there, what we're trying to bring to your attention is that there's going to be some development there. It's not all going to be single-family residential. I think the number, it was 50%?
I think it's just under 50%. It's about, I think, 48%.
One-third open space, one-third residential development, and one-third industrial or business. So when you see us growing into that area, I didn't want you to think that there's going to be a whole bunch of homes going right there. So keep that in perspective. The other thing is related to kind of safe routes to schools, along with what Dr. Fogg mentioned about the canals. There are a couple of other developments. If you can go back to the senior center and the transit, those images. So, you know, just beyond there, we're going to be putting in our new library. We're going to be closing the library that's just across the street from Clark. That library gets a lot of attention from the students who just kind of come over to that library after they're out of school from Clark. There may be the same kind of activity after we close that library across from Clark for students to travel, and they're going to be traveling across Fifth, going along, they're supposed to be going along our trail until they get to Third, and then when they get to Third, they're going to have to go across Third in order to get to the library. So as we start to develop what that pathway looks like, particularly across Third, because it can be a heavily trafficked area, we'd really love to hear your guys' input on how we can make sure that goes well. It may or may not include having somebody from the school be there on some occasion just to make sure that it's a safe path for them to get to the library if they end up, you know, using the library there on a regular basis after Clark closes. And then if you can go to the Loma Vista Park, if you can get to that one. I think, yeah, the other way, yeah. I think that's good enough. So where the park is, so you can see the park is just a little bit north of Clovis East. And my impression is that you're going to have a lot of students crossing that area in order to go to the park, either after school, probably after school, because we plan on having a lot of events out there. And so that's going to be another area where your input related to a safe path of travel across that busy street. Which street is that there? It's Gettysburg. So we'd really like to have your input on how we make sure that that's a safe path for the kids after the school closes. Thanks.
Any other question for Renee?
I have a question. The Northeast Urban Development, is that what it's called?
Northeast Village.
Village. That we just said was a third.
Yeah.
You don't have any idea how many rooftops that will be?
We have some idea, I think.
30?
Yeah, so each of our urban centers are planned to be home to about 30,000 residents, and it equates to about, 10,000 rooftops. Right. Yeah. Again, what Luke is suggesting, this is the first 1,000 acres of a much larger area that marks out the Northeast Urban Center.
So not all the rooftops that you're talking about are in that yellow area?
Correct.
We've been in conversations with the developer already. They've been meeting with us as they're starting to develop their plan, and they come to us. They're trying to get us to identify a school site within that area.
Right. So this exhibit, the yellow there, shows the entire, Northeast Urban Center.
Well, I think maybe to her question is it looks like the first part that's going to be developing is how many rooftops are we going to get in that first area that's going to be developing?
I don't have that number. 300 acres of residential in the first 1,000 acres that's within our sphere of influence. So this is showing the markings for the entire Northeast Urban Center. And then if I go to this exhibit, that is that's 1,000 acres that's within our sphere. And
so 300 acres equals how many residents? That figure that we talked about, 1,000 units, is that what you said? 30,000. What did you say? 1,500. Of units? Okay. All right.
Deborah, can you do the math for me? How many rooftops mean in a school? I have no idea what that means.
We average from single-family residents about 0.6 per rooftop, so you're looking roughly 600 or so out of that. Like I said, we've been meeting for months with this developer, as we're tracking what's happening, and they have a couple of proposed sites that they would like us to be interested in, that we're looking to see how it fits.
Any more questions from the council or the board?
Well, just on that note, though, I mean, until we got a site, would you guys still move forward on approving all those permits before we even know what we have out there? I don't know how that works. But.
We move ahead, so, because there's lots to do. And so our hope is that while we're doing all the work we're doing, the developer's communicating with you to site that school and what's the most logical place for that school.
And they can build a whole neighborhood before we can build a school. That's for sure.
And it's happened before.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
What's the time frame for the Northeast? These first 1,000 acres? 10, 15 years?
Right. So we've been meeting for the past year with developers in this area, and we have yet to even get a solid preliminary draft of the master plan. Once we do have that, we have to embark on the environmental, which could take anywhere from a year to a year and a half, and then we need to start the annexation process. So while it's within the city's sphere, it's not within the city's limits. So you could be looking at 2.5 years, and then you start the entitlement process. All along the way, the appropriate checks and balances where we're communicating with the school district, we're sharing the entitlements that are coming in, they're going to your staff.
Because I'm saying this is where this communication between, really means something. I mean, this is a nice conversation, but if we can't coordinate us, like Betsy said, if it takes us, 3-4 years to build a school, and you guys already have the whole school worth of kids, it's going to be chaotic. I mean, and it's the past, Betsy's seen this for 30 years, and we want to avoid that if we can. And that's that communication. I'm not sure how to do that, but.
If you think back, we track every development that's happening anywhere in our district boundaries and can tell you what's happening in the next 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5, and all the way out to almost 10 years. So So we know, when the city knows, we know through the processes that we have. So that's why we stay in constant communication, and it's why we work so hard with our developers, because we don't guess on anything. We have factual data of when they're coming out of the ground. We have build time, because for us to pay the school site, we have to get to work with California Department of Education, to get all of our environmental done, and then start that process. So we're working years in advance sometimes, which is why we have school site purchase around the city right now, because we're tracking that development and watching it happen. So that's why we're already having these conversations to see where we need to start pushing.
And if I can just, to make it even more complicated, there may be some pushback from council members of the community related to building any single-family residential in that northeast area until we've had a significant amount of growth in the Heritage Grove area, so that Rakuti property. So some like to have the growth take place in an orderly fashion and not have it kind of, you know, I don't want to call it leapfrog, because this wouldn't be leapfrog, but you know, we build out a particular area, and then once that gets built out and there's enough densities and it's kind of generating its own community, then we can move on at some point to that other area. So that part is unpredictable as well, because that's a kind of a political question.
And we experienced that right in Loma Vista. There was a threshold Loma Vista had to reach, the 60%. 60% of build out before that triggered the opening of Heritage Grove. That's why we had sites in the southeast before, and then we have those sites in that.
But we don't have that limitation on Heritage Grove where we have to develop out 60%. We decided not to put that limitation in place. So theoretically, if, you know, the developer is aggressive and wants to move out there, I mean, maybe 2.5 years is, I don't know, if it seems early to me, but okay. But if you're looking for a time range, we can maybe say, you know, 2.5 years to maybe as much as, you know, 15 years out there.
Just don't get ahead of us.
We'll try. Bon?
I mean, as a newer person to Clovis and even newer onto the council, you know, sometimes we take what we do like it's just a plan, you know, it's something we just do for a year. But I think we have to really see 50 years out and really hold on to what we have, meaning if we're going to develop, hey, let's keep the nice streets. Let's really develop in coordination with everyone. So that way Clovis, however it grows, stays Clovis, whether we are 500,000 or 1 million. Now, that we can do that if we all maintain that. But if we start going, well, you know, we need the tax dollars, we need to go here. And that's important on all of us on this table, that we need you. They come here because of you, but they stay because of us, okay? Because we keep them safe. We allow them to travel on nice streets. And so this is a partnership that has to continue, and we have to dig inside of us and say, what did those founding fathers for Clovis, what did they have that was so great, and how can I build on that and also keep that to this growing new population that knows nothing about that? And I think that's incumbent upon us to learn that and go, we got to do that. Because if we do that, people who want that, they'll come here and they'll keep coming here. But if we kind of lax off, then I think we're going to lose that. And before we know it, we won't be unique, as some of the residents have said. We won't be Clovis Unified and we're City of Clovis. So I just challenge us to just keep that, and even new members to really learn what made Clovis Unified great, what made the City of Clovis great, and let's continue to work together to keep that.
You're here. No more questions for Renee? Any from the public here, the Chambers? No? Any from the web?
No.
Okay, we'll move on. So, item 15, discussion on building community consensus regarding vaccines. And I'm the one that asked to put this item on the agenda. And as I've said earlier today, we have very similar constituencies. You have a constituency that also lives in Fresno, the city of Fresno, others that live in the county of Fresno, but there's 1/3 that lives within our jurisdiction. And we've talked about local control. And it seems like Sacramento, we've talked about Sacramento, the legislators up there wanting to mandate everything we do. And if it's not the actual legislators, it's our governor with these emergency powers he can control right now, mandating emergency orders as he wants to. And so I wanted to take this opportunity as we're gathered to discuss in a very civil way the vaccines and the mandates and how we as separate entities, how we will deal with them once they come to us, that question comes to us, because sooner or later it will come to us as far as the state mandating that we implement something or heavily suggesting that we mandate something. I know with the district, with education, it's already a mandate from, so that's already happened.
Well, it's been announced as a mandate.
Oh, yeah, he's already.
We're talking about employees. I mean, right? I mean, we do have a mandate in Clovis Unified, correct? For employees, on the 15th?
So.
October 15th deadline, yes.
Yeah.
That's either for vaccination or
And now he's announced he's going to propose one for the children.
Yeah, it's.
Sure.
Yeah, there we go. We received guidance from the state on August 11th that by October 15th, every school district would have to have a system in place whereby employees either had to have provided a verification of vaccination or participate in mandated routine testing. And so our district, under the leadership of Mr. Barry Jager over there, has done a lot of work. We have just completed, almost complete, I guess we might have some stragglers, but we've just completed our verification of vaccination process, and we have 62% of our employees have indicated that they are vaccinated. So by August 15th, which is this Friday, we have to have a system in place beginning the following Monday, where every employee who's not, who's a member of the other, 38%, will have to be tested weekly. We have, employees have asked us about what kinds of tests. There are nasal swab tests. We've also heard some concerns about those, and so employees have asked about saliva tests. So we've done a lot of work behind the scenes to facilitate being able to provide that for our employees so that we can report accordingly to the state. Just as a matter of interest, there is a shortage of these antigen tests statewide. We have an inventory of tests. We have devised a kind of a prioritization ranking of where we're going to use those tests. The first area of priority is for our students, to make sure that we can keep our students in our classrooms. I think we're all agreed that that's the best place for them. And so the modified quarantine system that we have in place right now, so that we can keep as many kids as possible in school, we are providing asymptomatic testing for those students so that they can get back to school ASAP. The second priority will be for our staff, testing our staff so that we can also make sure that they're in work and providing education services for our kids. And then we will be addressing volunteers, because under the state's mandate, volunteers also would have to be subject to weekly testing. And we're looking at, once we get this system up and running next week, how could we facilitate being able to have volunteers on our campuses again. Right now, we do have a limited number of volunteers on our campuses, but I'll be frank, our priority is our kids and our employees right now. And just bear in mind that all the people who are monitoring, making sure that all of this testing is done, that we are recording it, reporting it, all of this work is being done by people who are also doing all their regular jobs. So it's a very overwhelming task for our schools. Just want to give you an idea of what we're doing. And I will just say then the mandate that came out recently from the governor has indicated that students in the ages of 12 to 17, students, once the emergency usage authorization has changed to full FDA approval, that students would be mandated to be vaccinated at the beginning of the following semester, and that actually this system that I just described to you, whereby employees who indicate that they're not vaccinated and are participating in a mandated routine testing program, that would go away and all employees would have to be vaccinated. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Some areas of clarification that we are getting a little frustrated on, that we have not been able to get answers on, or what kind of exemptions are available. We've heard about medical and religious, but there's a lot of talk around state about personal belief exemptions, and also a lot of talk about the fact that there's a difference between regulatory phase where exemptions are legally a must, versus if this was to become a legislative move where the legislature could eliminate exemptions. So this is very new, and there's just a lot of unknowns that we're seeking clarification on.
Well,
Dr. O'Brien, are these additional, I guess, costs and procedures, did the state provide additional funds so that you can absorb, these additional duties and or staff that is needed for these procedures, or are they tying it to the ARP funds? Or is this something which Clovis Unified has to find funding someplace within your own budget to take care of?
I don't see Michael here. Here is Michael can comment on it in more detail than me, but we do have the funding. But finding personnel is a challenge. For example, our governing board very graciously approved to have a COVID assistant at every school site. I'm not sure of the exact number right now, but we've not been able to fulfill that position at every school site. So even, I'm going to be frank, money is not really the issue for us right now. We can spend some of those dollars on PPE and other COVID-related expenses, but it's finding people and training people and being able to actually fulfill all of this. And then obviously there are other considerations in that we have a lot of, as you all know, concerns among our employees and our families in our community on all sides of the vaccine. Even those who actually support vaccination, many do not support being mandated. And we have heard, I'll just tell you very quickly, we've heard in this past week, I've heard from families who have young children who are concerned about their child being vaccinated. We've heard from young employees in their 20s and 30s who have concerns about being vaccinated. So there's just a lot of concern all around in terms of this whole mandate.
Dr. Fogg?
Yeah, Mayor Flores, this is my concern. Again, we need to. This pandemic has killed a lot of people. I mean, it certainly hasn't become the killer that they thought a year ago. I mean, we still have almost 2,000 people in Fresno County who have died, but not the 20,000 that they once predicted. And even the rate in Clovis Unified, we are watching these numbers extremely close, and they're all dropping. They're all dropping, the number of kids that are infected, the teachers are infected, and I think that's good. I think the only way we're going to, if possible, get the government to stop trying to mandate is we can bring our numbers down where they're insignificant. I believe one of the things we could be doing as a community is making sure our adults are vaccinated. There is evidence that if you go to the hospitals, that those that are vaccinated are less likely to die. As I go through, I don't know if you know in your neighborhoods the percentage of people vaccinated. Is that something you guys follow?
There's, it's by zip code, and census tract.
And the county has that. I was just looking at that briefly.
Right, yeah. So, the city of Clovis actually has a pretty high percentage, at least compared to other Fresno County census tracts, of folks that, are vaccinated. I can look up the numbers real quick, but we're in the dark blue area.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's something that comes up because there are some of the lowest areas in Clovis Unified are still within Clovis. You know, we're still, we have areas that are almost 80% within Clovis, but then we also have areas that are lower than 50% or 53%. I don't know, do you have some sort of, again, to prevent, they're mandating because they don't think we're bright enough to figure it out for ourselves. I think that's right. That, to me, that's, I've been vaccinated, but when they start mandating, I want to unvaccinate myself. I thought, I don't want to be told what to do. And I don't think any of us do. And that's what I think is where the mistake that we're making in public policy is forcing people to do things that maybe they should be doing. I think we need to educate. So I don't think it's the school district's, role to necessarily educate our, community. That's where I think Clovis City could come in. And I'm not sure at this point, we've been over almost a year of having this vaccination. What else can we say or do? I don't know. But we have areas within Clovis that should have higher levels of vaccination. I'm just wondering if you've addressed that.
Well, the problem with the whole public health issue is that it's run by the county. And I've said this out loud, that the county has not done a good job in spreading that information that needs to go out to the public. And you go to their website, and it's very hard. You can see what is out there and what they posted. They don't post it often enough, and the last thing they have is for October 1st, is the last report they have. It shows their mortality, Fresno County. It breaks it down. It breaks it down who is ill, who is in the hospital, and who has died. And it has demographics of who's been affected by the virus. And I think because it's difficult to get the information, and because there hasn't been the educational portion that they haven't done a good job at educating anybody, is why we get this hesitation and why people don't trust or believe what they're saying. If you look at the numbers, people have died. I know people in Clovis who have died. Good friends of mine have died from COVID. And those good people of Clovis who have died, it looked a lot like me. And I've said this at this dais many times. And they were over 60. They were male. They were Hispanic. They were a little fluffy. And they had some comorbidities. And guess what? I resemble that. And so for me, I did my risk assessment. And, there was a person I believed in who had a program and said, we're going to find a solution for this, and we're going to do it at warp speed. And guess what? He delivered. And in warp speed, he used modern technology to come up with 2 very good vaccines. And they worked wonders. They worked. So those who have the age, those who are fluffy, those who have comorbidities, those who are Hispanic or African Americans, because if you look at the demographics, those are the people who are dying in your mail. You better take the vaccine. But if you're younger and healthy, no pre-existing conditions, then your risk is lower, a lot lower. So it's not, I don't believe it's the duty of a city, a county, or a state, or even the federal government to mandate that a very healthy person do it. So but something that government doesn't do very well is nuance. This is a very nuanced disease. And we got to teach the nuance, not to the public, because I think, like what you said, they're smart. The reason the citizens of Clovis have a better vaccination rate than anybody in Fresno County is because we get it. If you're over 60, might be Hispanic or African American, a little fluffy, and have a comorbidity or two, you might want to take the vaccine, right? But if that's not your status in life, if you're 22, healthier than an ox, why would you? So and then say I was 22, healthier than an ox, African American, and I got SARS-CoV-2 and caused COVID-19, and I survived it. I'm 27 times better than anybody who got the Pfizer 2-dose protocol. And our great legislators and governor won't recognize that as a solution or a reason to say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that could also be a way, not only religious, not only medical, but these people have natural immunities. I was a biology major at Fresno State, and they taught me about natural immunities. And if you go to the CDC website, they say there's two types of active immunity, vaccination and natural immunity. Have they thrown away their knowledge? I can't believe the government won't acknowledge the knowledge that we have developed over centuries about immunities. And so this is a very nuanced disease, and no one is doing the nuance. And so I say, unfortunately, since we're not the county, we're a city in a county, we have to talk to our county, demand that our county stick up for our city, our districts, and fight back with our governor and convince him we need more ways to mitigate this, that this is a nuanced disease. One size doesn't fit all. And we're not seeing that. I mean, they just want to do one thing. And often we say here, well, it's not affecting the city. Well, unfortunately, COVID's affecting every city and every county. So I think we should, and especially when it comes down to our children, if you look at the county statistics, with one child has died of COVID in all of Fresno County. In all of America during the time of COVID, it's been less than 600. More people have died, more children have died from drowning in America at the same time. We're not covering up swimming pools. More children have died in car accidents. We're not banning children from driving in vehicles. So why are we so fearful of this bug that apparently it's so nuanced that our children, 0 to about 20, almost have a natural immunity to it?
Yes.
And the people who are in charge don't seem to want to acknowledge that. It just doesn't make sense. That's why the older people don't want to vaccinate, because if they're not telling you the truth about your children, why would they, and they want to, I say it's almost like child abuse. Yeah. Because if you're forcing a child, a preschooler to wear a mask for the 3 hours or 4 hours they're in class, when they can't do that, and you know, children don't do that. My wife is a preschool teacher, and she tells me those kids can't do it. We try, and they eventually get it, but they struggle with it. It's not the same. So there's a doctor I've been following throughout this COVID pandemic, Marty Markari. He wrote an article. You can find it in Wall Street Journal, where he says it is almost child abuse to do that to children. And so I think our responsibility as local leaders is to tell the county, do something different, so they can tell the governor to do something different. I think if we told the truth, I think more people would vaccinate. If we nuanced it more, like for instance, maybe a young 30-year-old doesn't want to take the vaccine because he's already had the disease, he survived it, and he's afraid of myocarditis and having other complications from the Moderna virus. A young female in her still childbearing ages gets the Johnson & Johnson, all of a sudden she gets some kind of rare, but it's been documented that they get some kind of blood clot and dies. Yeah. Why is she told you might not want to get that? Take the Pfizer or take the Moderna. No one's talking about those nuances. Why aren't we telling our children? Well, maybe your little honey. There's been 600 deaths for children under 20. Maybe it's because you're a little fluffy, and we need to talk about nutrition. And no one's doing that. Who's talking about nutrition? No one's talking about nutrition. And that's one of the reasons these children are dying. It's not just, and most had other underlying conditions. That's why they died. You know, so why are we fearing this virus when it's other diseases? I did some numbers. More people have died by the hands of humans in Fresno County in the last 2 years of that age group, 40 and under, than COVID has killed. That's a fact. Look it up. COVID has killed less people than we as humans have killed people in Fresno County. So we have to, I can see why our constituency is angry and wants an alternative.
So let me ask, of your employees, how many employees do you have in Clovis City? Of those, what percentages are vaccinated? Do you have those numbers at all?
So we have about 550 full-time and then another 100 part-time employees. I don't think we have I'm looking for Sean, I don't think we have hard numbers. We don't yet have any mandates for vaccinations. So it varies by department. We're probably a little over 50% vaccinated, but some of the departments obviously are higher, some are lower, but we're in the 50 to 60% range of vaccinated employees.
So, Mayor, you know, your sentiment is shared by, I think, a large percentage of the Clovis, residents, including in Clovis Unified. And I agree, I don't think the role should be to mandate, but I do think it's to facilitate. And you're talking about people that look like you, there's some of the lowest vaccinated populations. So the question is, even in Clovis, I know Fresno County, that's their job. They have so many hotter fires to burn than Clovis. We're doing actually pretty good. We're doing really good in Clovis Unified compared to school districts all over the state. So it'd be nice if they said, hey, Clovis is doing pretty well. Let's let them alone, and we'll deal with, LA, we'll deal with these other ones that are having trouble. But that's not how they work, is it? They're not going to put a circle around and say, okay, Clovis, you can do what you need to because you're doing a great job. We're doing a great job. We still don't get benefits from it. Nevertheless, that's the only school district that we have control of. So we're going to do the best we can to keep our staff safe and our kids safe. We're going to continue to follow what we need to. We're not going to try to go overboard of things we don't think are necessary, but we do have to follow things we are required to follow. And as quickly as they bring those back, we're going to follow those too. My request to the Clovis, city is if we can I don't know if there's anything we can do, but if there's something you can do to facilitate, even though we're doing a great job, this is all you guys control. You don't control anything in Fresno County, but you do control Clovis, city of Clovis. Is there any more you can do to help those people that fear, that have maybe not understand the importance of vaccinations to get vaccinated? Is there anything that you have in plans? Do you have anything that you're talking about to do that?
Well, we have done those. He makes public service announcements in Hmong. I make them in Spanish. We do them in English. So those things have been done. I think that's one of the reasons our zip code has some of the best compliance, vaccine compliance numbers in the county. Our COVID case numbers are among the lowest in the county. Per capita. I'm talking per capita. I'm not talking, but do the numbers. I've done the math. It's a real quick Excel thing. Thank you, Clovis Unified, for educating me. But I can do Excel, and it's real simple. And, the little number divided by the big number gives you a percentage, right? It's real simple. Who is a math teacher? Anyway, and Clovis has the lowest numbers. I tracked it throughout the pandemic. So we're doing that in Clovis, organically. So even though we have people that do not like the mandates, and what did we do in Clovis? We kept it open. And still, our numbers are lower. And still, our vaccination rates are higher. So what does that tell you? It teaches everyone a lesson. And I think it's teaching people a lesson throughout the nation. You give freedom to our people, they'll do the right thing. Because they're not being forced to do something. When you educate them, tell them, that maybe if you're Hispanic, over 60, a little fluffy, and have a comorbidity, you might want to vaccinate, like I did. And a lot of people that, resemble me did. They'll do it freely.
And your low numbers reflect in Clovis Unified. I mean, it does. We have some of the lowest numbers probably of any school district our size. I don't know the details of that, but nevertheless, we fall under that same umbrella. And it's very frustrating because, I don't think we should be, but nevertheless and I do appreciate that. We do see that. I see the numbers. Yeah, we are the lowest. And I'm just wondering, I don't know what else we can do. I would like these numbers to be so low, it'd be ridiculous to vaccinate our kids. It'd be ridiculous.
So I know that, I'm sorry for interrupting. I know that David wants to speak, and I know that Drew wants to speak. Can we get the map up, Carrie? That's going to show these figures, and then I'll read out as well. And then just so that you know, 93612 area code is 58% fully vaccinated, 66% partially. This is as of 9/28. In the 93611, which is a little bit outside of the core, 64% fully vaccinated, 71% partially. Again, this is as of 9/28. And then the 93619 is our newer growth area. That's 80% fully vaccinated, 89% partially vaccinated. I know that David wanted to speak, and Drew, I just wanted to get those numbers out there and the map when we can.
And I appreciate that. One thing I just didn't want us to lose sight of is that that, we talked a lot about state mandates throughout this entire meeting, a bunch of different topics. And this one, though, is qualitatively different, in my opinion. It's one thing for the state to have, a bunch of strings attached to funding, or something like that. But those kind of mandates intrude on our authority as a school board or your authority as a city council. This mandate that's being proposed intrudes on the relationship between a parent and their child, and it conditions their constitutional right to a public education on an injection that a lot of parents just don't want to give their children. And so I think it's qualitatively different, and we're talking about building consensus. I don't view this as a pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine issue. I think you can be pro-vaccine and say that the state should not be requiring you to inject your kids with a vaccine before allowing them to go to school. So I think we can build consensus around the idea that this is not something the state should be requiring anyone to do. My question would be, and Mayor Flores, you very articulately pointed out, hey, we need to be pushing on the state and maybe the county. One of the frustrations we've experienced is we've done that. We've passed resolutions, transmitted them to state authorities, kind of expressing the need for more control over these issues, because it's just not proper for the state to be doing this. And it's been, in our view, or my view, falling on deaf ears. So the question is, where do we go from here? And part of the problem with answering that is that all we have right now is a press conference, last Friday, and a little fact sheet. We don't really know the parameters of this as it affects schools. As Dr. O'Brien pointed out, that depending on how they do it, there may be a personal belief exemption. Well, if there is, at that point, how is it even a mandate? Get your child vaccinated unless you don't believe in it, then it's not really a mandate at all. If the legislature, however, takes away that exemption, then, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, I think everything needs to be on the table in terms of how we respond to that. So anyways, those are just some thoughts, and I know Mr. Bessinger would like to speak as well.
Drew?
It's very frustrating. The city of Clovis worked very closely with United Health Centers early on, doing drive-through vaccinations. We did public education on our various social media platforms in different languages. I think we took a leadership role in the importance of, if you have comorbidities, this is a conversation you need to have with your doctor and make that decision yourself. The problem we're running into is elections matter. And I have no hope that we're not going to get draconian stuff out of Sacramento, because that is how they run their business. They're going to tell us what we're going to do, but what about people who have had COVID, survived, and now can't get vaccinated for, 60 to 90 days or whatever it is? Do they not work? Do they, what if this comes down, you have to be vaccinated, and medically you shouldn't? I have two granddaughters. I'm leaving that up to their parents. And if they say, I'm not comfortable with this because I'm not sure that this vaccine has been properly vetted for young children, then I'll just go into my bank account and they'll be homeschooled, or they'll go to another, and it's unfortunate that you're being put in a situation where you don't have a choice. We're going to be put in a situation where we're not going to have a choice. Eventually, they're going to say 100%, and if you don't, we're going to drop the hammer on you, either financially or regulatory-wise. And I have to tell you, in the last 2 years, the way things have gone in this country, I have to wonder where the hell the courts have been, because they haven't stepped up at all. And so there comes a point where I think we need to see if we can find like-minded cities, like-minded school districts that we can get together and at the very least put some difficulty on them before they can mandate this for us. Because there's got to be a tipping point, and I think we're approaching it very fast right now. And if we're going to force people to put something in their body, because they're not gonna let the religious exemption, they're gonna poo-poo that. They're gonna find any excuse that's gonna be, no, you have to do it, because they've got power and they wanna keep it. And local control, unfortunately, is becoming a lost thing. And quite frankly, there comes a point where we just have to demand it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think the board knows how I feel about this throughout this. I am not anti-vax, but I am anti-mandate for my children and for all children, for all of the reasons that have already been stated. I think what is also important somehow, what's missing in our community, and I'm not blaming Clovis Unified, but just in dialogue, is somehow we have to change people's fears towards COVID. And that comes with educating. Like, if you are in those categories, then vaccination is a good idea. But if we can share enough numbers, enough data that demonstrate there is a, whatever the percentage is of mortality rate, it's so low compared to driving or compared to swimming, then people can start to make better educated decisions for themselves about the virus. And it's going to, in my opinion, it's going to take dialogue like that to change people's minds to get out of this. I don't know what that can look like, but that's what I'm sitting here listening, thinking, yeah, we can do this, but until we change, we represent 6,000 employees, and we represent 42,000, not 42,000 families, probably 30,000 families out of the 42,000 kids. And we have some families and staff members that are still very fearful of COVID, for some for very valid reasons, some for reasons that maybe you might not think are as valid, but that's who we still represent as well, and that's our predicament. And so until we can educate and bring people around to see that maybe it's not as, they don't need to be as afraid of it as they are, I don't know how things can change.
And that's why, the vaccines are available. The vaccines do work. So if they're fearful, they should vaccinate. I wanted insurance. And my insurance was that I either get COVID-19 and hope I survive, or take the vaccine. Well, I chose the vaccine because I wanted assurances that I would survive. And so those who feel that they're vulnerable, that the vaccine, that SARS-CoV-2 will kill them, take the vaccine. They are some of the best vaccines humanity has ever come up with. They do work. Here's something I just read yesterday that was just published. People who had the first SARS-CoV, the first one, who received the new vaccines, reacted to the new vaccines. Why? Because even after getting the first SARS-CoV-1 disease, SARS, with the original SARS, they still have immunity to it. So these vaccines will give us immunity for a while, and having had COVID-19 will give us immunity for a while. There's studies that say people who had the Spanish flu to this day have immunity to that, or show that there's an immune response to that. We're not trusting science, and I can't believe it, that even though those studies exist, they've been shown throughout this pandemic, and we still fear this virus. If you fear the virus, take your protocols for whatever one you want, and you're protected. And no one's saying do away with these vaccines, but those who don't want the vaccine shouldn't be forced to take it, especially the children. Anyone else?
Maybe Dr. Fogg or Dr. O'Brien. I've heard from the State Center Community College folks, the mandates are very, I guess, specific, meaning community college aren't mandated. Is that correct? But only you guys are? So community colleges, their individual boards decide the requirements? So like kind of UC, they decided for themselves, Cal States, but then elementary schools, it was a kind of across the board. Is that accurate?
So I can offer some thoughts, and Dr. Bryan might as well, but basically the Health and Safety Code authorizes the state health officer to issue public health guidance, and among those was guidance for K through 12 schools. So that's what we're operating under.
Okay.
And so the State Center Community College District is going to have a completely different set of guidelines, ones that I'm not even very familiar with. But it's a completely separate regime of regulation.
Okay. And my second question then is, what is the consequence? Because I think that's what we're not educated enough. What is the consequence to the school district financially and or whatever for you not following a mandate of and so that way we know that, okay, it will be half our budget or it will be, we will not be. So for example, for us, when our housing element, if it was ever invalidated, the consequence is that we would lose our general plan, which means we would not be able to develop, we would be sued all the time. So do we follow it to keep our general plan? And so we did it because we wanted to keep the general plan. And so we knew the consequence, so we made a decision. So I don't know what the consequence is for the school district for saying, this is the hill we will die on, this is the issue we will, or, no, not yet, we're waiting for something bigger. And so that, I don't know how big that is. Is that something you can share, or is that something you cannot share, so that way we can know?
Yeah, part of the difficulty in answering that is predicting how the state would respond to a school district doing that. I mean, one option would clearly be an injunction, I would imagine. I mean, again, I don't want to get on to the legal
currently
situation.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
No, there is a legal requirement.
Yeah,
Are you talking about master mandate?
they're not going, if you don't comply by October 15th, you will lose funding for whatever, buildings or whatever, something like that.
Are you referring to vaccines or masks?
Vaccine and masks, whatever. The mandates that are being pushed down on you.
Yeah, well, so they're different. The masks are under the state, the CDPH K through 12 guidance for schools, and the state health officer actually wrote a letter to the school districts across the state saying that this is a legal requirement. It's not a suggestion. It's not a recommendation. It's state law that you must follow that. And that comes from authority under state health statutes that it's the state health officer has the authority to require compliance with CDPH guidance. And the state health officer in June required that we comply with certain guidances. Some of them are recommended that apply not to K through 12 schools, but the K through 12 schools guidance is mandatory. It's required under the law. So in terms of how the state would respond if a school district were to decide not to follow those, that would be somewhat discretionary prosecutorial authority, I think, on their part. But one of their options, I would imagine, would be to obtain an injunction against the school district and just have a court order requiring it. So just like any state law, I mean, like you pointed out, you have state requirements that come down from state law, and it's the law, unfortunately.
So I don't know if this is the issue that puts us in the position in which this is the line we will not cross. This is the hill in which we will die on. This is, where we believe freedom is taken away. I don't know that, but I think that when politicians get involved, that's never clear. It's very messy because we don't even have a consensus, I believe, on this table. It'll be, half-half depending on what it is that is mandated. And so we have to accept that. I believe the best way that I see is something out of our control. If we would just get out of the business of controlling people. I remember coming. It wasn't the government that mandated me to get it. It was just, you know, you decided, here it is, here are the facts. You decide, you want to get this shot, that shot. And I thought it worked pretty well. But now that we have gotten involved, there's always two sides when decision makers are in that business instead of just letting people decide by themselves. And I feel for you because currently the issue is on your table more so than on our table right now. And I think it's difficult because you pit the community against each other regardless of what decision you make. And it's so emotional that if you decided to just go the opposite way, I guarantee you the mask people will come out and the vaccine people will be knocking on your doors just as loudly. So that's why I don't know why government likes to get involved and do this. And so the question I guess you asked, Mayor, is how do we build consensus? And I think that's a very difficult answer to give. All I can say is, let us know how we can keep you excellent in the work that you do. How do we make, you know, your staff, the job that of teaching children, how do we maintain that? Because I think that, in the end, will make it where this potentially can be a very minute detail. Because if you can help my child earn a living, get to where they want to be, I'll be grateful, and I'll always appreciate that. Same thing with us in the city. If we can maintain where a business is safe, you know, we respond in time, streets are clean, lights are on, you know, the residents will appreciate the work that we do. And so I know it doesn't answer your question, Mayor, but, you know, I stand with a lot of what you said, and I'm more of the, I don't know if it's our place. I think one day it will be whoever's on the council at that moment. And I think you've asked this more in private, Councilmember Whalen, is what is that one issue in which we are willing to, you know, put our necks out for? And that's going to be different for each of us. And hopefully there'll be one in which we have a consensus and we'll go, this is it. And I guess my question for the board, the majority of the board, if and when you make that decision is, then I hope you are willing to put the financial resources to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Because if you're not willing to do that, then there's no point in deciding something. Because we will have tough decisions, for example, districts. You know, is that the one where we will sue all the way to the Supreme Court? I don't know. But we're going to have tough decisions, and we will have to decide where we take the resources that the residents entrust us with and say, we're going to use it for this. And so, but I don't know what that is for the school board, and that's something in which the, you know, the 7 of you will have to decide.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. I want an opportunity to open it to the public, but go ahead, Dave, if you will.
Yeah, I'll just be brief, and I appreciate those comments. And, you know, that was one of the points I was trying to make earlier, is that we're getting very close to that kind of a juncture. And I think it really comes down to, for me, I'll speak for myself, again, we only have a press conference we're going off of. And if this comes down and there are no exemptions for people who disagree with it, I think you're getting pretty close to that time where something needs to happen. But then again, on the flip side, if there is a personal belief exemption, which and the exemption is anything like what those words mean in common English, then you don't really have a mandate. And so then there may be a different response at that point. So I agree with you that there's a point. I agree with you that we're rapidly approaching it. Whether or not this is going to be it, we just don't have it yet. We don't have the actual vaccine mandate in hand yet to be able to make that opinion, to make that determination, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public now. And just for clarification, this item is titled Discussion on Building Community Consensus Regarding Vaccines. This is a discussion item. This means one thing, so I want to clarify that we're not going to take action on this item today. It's an important issue in our community, so we wanted to hear you pressed the button, didn't you? Anyway, so we wanted to hear what the board members and the council members had to say on this issue, and then the appropriate venue for an actual decision is at each other's home, at your board and our council. So, but today we want to hear your comments, okay? You have 5 minutes or less to give us your comments on the issue of vaccine and the vaccine mandate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Josh Fulfer, lifelong resident, Clovis, California. Just to let you guys know, in case you were wondering, we are on day 574 of 15 days to slow the spread officially today. About a little over a year ago, Gavin Newsom said 25 million people would be infected within 6 weeks. I'm going to go through a little bit of what most people should call fake news. We were told we didn't need to wear a mask. That was from Dr. Fauci. Then he came back and said we needed to wear a mask. Then up to 3 masks. And then if we look at what, and I'm going to call it fake news, have been trying to scare us, that's the reason why I think so many people are scared. And a good example is a year ago, they were begging healthy people to go get tested so they could test positive, people that had no symptoms, people that were not sick, and they were called asymptomatic. You know those people today, we get people all the time that are testing positive, and you know why they're saying they're doing so well? It's because they took the vaccine. Now, that doesn't make much sense to me, knowing that a year ago we didn't have a vaccine, and people in my family and people I know very close had very mild to almost no symptoms when they had COVID-19. I am for freedom. If you want to take your vaccine, do it. I would say this is the hill to die on, without a doubt. This is a hill that I think could get really bad and ugly if it's implemented. I appreciate your comments, Mayor. I agree with you almost 100% on some things. But for somebody to tell me my 15-year-old daughter needs to take something that we know no side effects. If I ask a doctor, okay, can we tell me what the side effects is in 6 to 8 years? How about when she's done with college and wants to have kids? Nobody can give me that answer. And we have, you know, Dr. Fogg pushing the vaccine is just amazing, and I can't wait till Election Day for that one. But there are studies out of Israel that shows Israel is over 80% vaccinated, and their hospital rates are higher than they've ever been before. These are all public. You can find them online. But why, if they're over 80% vaccination rate with their hospitals? Because one thing, it doesn't protect you from getting the virus. It doesn't protect you from spreading the virus. Why would we mandate something that does not work as well as Joe Biden or Dr. Fauci says it does? Because Joe Biden 7 weeks ago said, if you get this, you will not end up in the hospital. However, our own county reported 29 people died. It was either Fresno or Kern County. 29 vaccinated people died. But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Again, I seriously think this is the hill to die on. It's one of those moments where I agree. If we haven't talked about health, I had somebody that was 350 pounds ask me to put a mask on for their health about 6 months ago, and I almost fell down. I was like, well, you know, I won't get into that. But this is where we are. We are divided. We are confused. Let's go for freedom. We live in a free country. We have a constitution. The CUSD school board, I would rather have the government running the school if it's the same thing, because, I mean, you're just faces up there if you do nothing to stand behind your constituents. And I say that with all due respect. We elected you to stand for our children. And when you said child abuse, that's exactly what it is, and that's what's scary. Someday something bad's going to happen to somebody because you were abusing their child. And we need to, I don't understand how hard this is for people to understand, but I mean, I pray every night that we can come to a conclusion, and that conclusion is kind of like that document our founding fathers signed, our Constitution and our God-given rights. We do not need to force anybody. If you want to take it, please do take it. People don't trust the CDC or the vaccine because of the bad information that's getting out and the people that's pushing it on children that are 99.999% fine after they get it. So I want to say thank you for your time, thank you for listening, and thank you to Clovis City Council.
Is there like a marker for time at all? Or is it? Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to play a little clip at the end just from CSUD's website. So, all right. Hello, City Council and CSUD Board. Appreciate it. I'm Matthew White, a former graduate of Clovis East High School and graduated from Fresno Pacific this just past May. I'm currently the regional field representative for Turning Point USA, the largest pro-America group in the country with 1,400 student groups, and we have 17 here in the Central Valley. Our core tenets are, what we promote are education on the Constitution, personal responsibility, and American exceptionalism. Now, I feel like God has placed a purpose in my life to help represent students and in education specifically. My love of this country goes deep. I've had family members that have served as far as back as the Revolutionary War. My grandfather left Colima, Mexico, to come here for a better life, the American dream. Now, I love this country, and I want to restore and preserve the values we were founded on. We've heard the mention of the Constitution. We have a governing document to protect us as citizens, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, I've always loved education. My mom is actually an educator in Fresno Unified, and I've had multiple Fresno Unified teachers and Central Unified and people all across the valley that have served in the various districts across the state. Also, my uncle was the principal and also a governing board member on Trustee Area 4, like the same people that are here serving Clovis. He cared about the students and wanted to make sure they were set up for a future and they were best prepared. Education, that's what we're here for. We're not here to make medical decisions. That's been the kind of the consensus here we're getting into the minutia. Like, we're not supposed to be here to make controls, as Bong and Mr. Flores have both said. And I got a quote here from Terry Bradley. He said, "Remember that the organization is more important than one individual and that the culture, traditions, and core values of CSUD are stronger than any one leader. Many parents are angry and frustrated by what CSUD has done, and you have let the parents and the students down countless times because you aren't transparent whatsoever." So I was so curious. I was on my way over here. I was talking to Addison here, and I was like, what is the thing that Clovis Unified preaches and has on their website? And there's this thing called authority and responsibility are values and practice. I'm just going to read it straight off from the website. It says, you have the authority to solve problems at the appropriate level, the local level, share consistent messages and balance accountability with individual needs, appeal through the chairs of command and provide consistency and support. Consistency has not been a virtue held. And now it says, what does it look like today? Leaders take ownership of decisions and have the freedom and authority to make decisions that are needed in a given moment. The Clovis Unified organizational structure is designed to provide consistency and support for local decision-making and a system to respond to individual needs. When you use independent decision-making to meet a unique student or staff need, it says, Doc Buchanan, lead people, manage programs. And just think about that for a moment. That's on our CSUD website. Now, this past week, Fresno City TPUSA, my leader Addison here, the president of our TPUSA group, held a rally promoting medical freedom. We had 125 plus attendees, 5 speakers, and it goes back to what was said earlier in this meeting. We need to educate, don't mandate. And that was the whole theme of the rally. We stayed on message. It wasn't an anti-vaxxer rally. It was a pro-choice for medical freedom rally. We started a petition, and we've got hundreds of signatures so far for students and parents to sign so that students have a choice. Because students, I go to campus every week, Fresno State, Monterey, and my students are all talking about they don't feel like their voice is being heard. They feel that the system has screwed them over. And I agree with that 100% because they're not represented, and they say, why am I being forced to wear a mask when I go to a Fresno State football game and have 35,000 fans in attendance, 3,500 student attendees? I'm in that student section. Nobody's wearing a mask. We got to love our Bulldogs. We got to love our Bulldogs. And it just upsets me that when you go into a classroom, that all of a sudden changes with 30 students. So my hope is you hear our concerns and respect students and parents' freedom to choose. Just an example, as of this past weekend, If you want to see what will happen to Clovis Unified, look at Southwest Airlines. People need to stand up. We need to stop conceding. What are we doing here? If we're local control, and like Josh said before me, these are the people making decisions for the people here. If you're not going to do that, let's let the government run it for us. So in closing, this is an opportunity for you to do something good. Stand for students and parents. I know it's going to be hard. Trust me, I've been to school board meetings all up and down the state, and each board has been hit with every type of thing. But you guys have a choice to do something good, and it goes back to the way we have the city of Clovis. What's the motto here? It's a way of life. We need to protect that. Because if we don't, we're going to lose everything. Nope. Thank you. Sorry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Clovis City Council and the Clovis Unified School Board. My name is Addison Worth, and I'm honored to be speaking to you this evening. I'm a proud student athlete at Fresno City College, and like Matt said, I'm the president of the Fresno City College Turning Point USA chapter. But more than that, I'm a proud 14-year alumni of the Clovis Unified School District. I just graduated from Clovis North High School back in June after by far the craziest school year of my life. Even though I spent the entire duration of the year in my bedroom during Zoom school, it was surprisingly chaotic. From the district claiming that I would open their high school classes by November 2020, to then pushing it back to January 2021, to then claiming that classes would be 5 days a week, to then shortening that to 4, and then finally 2 days a week. That's not even mentioning the countless seniors that dropped out of Clovis North last year alone, or the fact that the only thing seniors got to do to commemorate their year with was a prom that forced students to either get the COVID test or the vaccine to attend. I bring these facts up as a gateway into my first of 2 topics for the evening, the first being the lack of consistency and transparency among the board over the last year and a half. It used to be widely held belief by most, if not all, in our community that Clovis Unified held the gold standard when it came to education in the state of California. However, this unfortunately is no longer the case. For far too long, the Clovis Unified community has kept on the rose-colored glasses when it comes to subjects like indoctrination and critical race theory in our schools. Parents, students, and community members alike have overlooked these atrocities and attributed them to only one particular teacher who may be teaching these things, or maybe a small club on campus who may be promoting these ideologies. However, no one wanted to believe that these things were being condoned on a district-wide level. Thanks to the help of Facebook groups like Reopen Clovis Unified, parents, community members, and even students have been able to share disturbing examples of how critical race theory and sexual pedophilia indoctrination have been used in our schools. A personal example of mine was during my 10th grade English class when I compared a political figure to a character from the book To Kill a Mockingbird. I received a 14 out of 20 on the assignment and was given a written comment above in red ink that stated, quote, "Great connection, wrong political party." Stories like mine are unfortunately not uncommon anymore, even though mine took place in 2018. And when examples like these are brought up to the Clovis Unified School Board meetings, like the one this past Wednesday, speakers are often given the runaround response like, quote, "We will have a private conversation after the meeting tonight about this," or, quote, "If you can email me with more information, I will get back to you." Board meetings are supposed to give clarity to issues plaguing our school district, and it's the one time that board members are really able to connect with their parents and constituents on pertinent topics. However, the Clovis Unified Board meetings have become rather the opposite. It's become more of an opportunity for community members to share their grievances with the board while they sit there silently, than about an actual conversation between the board members and the constituents they are elected to serve. Unfortunately, the transparency between the board and community has actually gotten much worse now, as the time for each speaker has been cut from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, and in my opinion, the worst offense of all, like shown at the last board meeting, that the board meeting was no longer live streamed on YouTube, instead opting to post the recording the following day. This, in my opinion, severely alienates a large portion of the Clovis Unified community, as most are not able to attend board meetings due to external commitments. These are just many examples of how Clovis Unified Board has lost the trust of their community. Now, on to the second and final topic that I want to touch on this evening is in regards to the impending vaccine mandate enacted under Gavin Newsom's unconstitutional state of emergency. While I'm not here tonight to advocate for or against the vaccine itself, I'm actually pro-vax, but pro-choice when it comes to medical freedom. I'm here to advocate tonight for Clovis Unified to enact local control to allow parents and students to control what goes in their body. I currently have a 10-year-old brother who is in 5th grade in the district, and I can say with 100% certainty that if Clovis Unified does not give parents and students the God-given right to medical freedom, that my parents will be immediately pulling him out of Clovis Unified. This is not what my parents want, and this is not what I want. However, going back to the topic of consistency that I talked about earlier, the district does not have a good track record when it comes to standing up for medical freedom for their students. I say this because when the district promised to enact a mask exemption for students, it only took 3 days before the school year started for the mask exemption to be revoked. And when the district pressed about how many parents had filled out the form for their students, the district lied when it said only 2% of students had claimed an exemption was filed, even though I know for a fact that at my high school alone, over 800 exemptions were filed with only 3 days of the form being released online. Now, I can appreciate the sentiments shared by Clovis Unified Board President Dr. Fogg at the last board meeting on Wednesday that healthy school-age children should not be forced to take the vaccine if they don't want to. However, the way Dr. Fogg shared that the board would, quote, fight for our children by sending a letter to Gavin Newsom requesting local control was quite underwhelming to say the least. And I don't mean to sound harsh, however, sending a letter to the governor, who has absolutely no wherewithal to respect the Constitution and the people of the state he is supposed to serve, is, in my opinion, incredibly unproductive. Local control is not a right handed down by the governor. It is a right stated in the California Constitution that gives cities, in this case school boards, the opportunity to make their communities better without the help of the state government.
Can you give us your closing?
Yeah, it's right here. So knowing this, I hope Clovis Unified will make the right decision and start being more transparent at their board meetings, give better communication outlets to parents and students by continuing to live stream the board meetings instead of opting them to post the next day, and say no to vaccine mandates by giving students, parents, and faculty members the choice as to what goes in their body. Thank you.
I don't know you personally, but these three guys know what freedom is. They understand it. And I am so glad that you're having this meeting with the school board. Whoever came up with this idea was a genius, okay? And Jose, your mom and dad are looking down from heaven, being very proud of you right now. Yeah. So I'm so proud of you guys. If nobody has told you that, I am. So every day there are people dying trying to cross the border. The women are injected with some sort of shot so that they won't get pregnant because they know they're going to be raped. Almost 40% of the children are trafficked. They're raped 30 to 40 times a day. Okay? Their meal is semen. Either you eat that or you don't eat it at all. It is horrific, the things that people do to come to this country. So may I ask all of you, why would they do that? Why would they put themselves through that? One word, freedom. And we have a constitution that protects that freedom. The first thing they gave me when I became a citizen was my constitution. And I took an oath to protect this country. And I take that oath seriously. And when I see you guys not knowing the Constitution, not understanding the laws, and when I see you, the president of the school board, saying that people don't know what's better for them, it makes me want to throw up. It's like the ignorance of the laws. When you call it full-blown force laws, you're tyrants. When you want to tell people that they have to do this and they have to do that and they have to inject themselves something that is not safe, you're acting like tyrants. You're acting no better than Newsom. And let me tell you what, there's separation of power in this country, okay? One tyrant that thinks he's a king can't say, I mandate you to do this. Because if next week he says, I want you all school board to go jump off of a 10-story building, would you do it? It's a mandate. The crazy guy says that you have to do it. Would you do it? You would not do it. But there's money involved here. There's a reason why you're doing what you're doing. Because you can't be that ignorant. You guys must be educated. I'm ignorant. I can't be possibly telling you or educating you. But I do have some numbers for you. So 15.3 billion in COVID assistance. Ooh, think about that. Billion, guys. 106,101,870 total relief for Clovis Unified. Almost $3,000 per student if you keep it masked. Does that make any sense? Is that why you are doing what you're doing? If you thought that a mask actually protected you from COVID, you would be sitting there wearing it right now. You would be wearing 10. It is so hypocritical that you sit at the school board with a mask pretending. You make the kids wear a mask 7 hours a day. Have you checked any of those masks at the end of the day for bacteria? I dare you to do that. You are making these children inhale their own carbon monoxide all day long. We're going to have a lot of lawsuits coming, and there is one on the way, just so you know, or in case you didn't know. They're coming. And if you sit here and talk about a new school and how children can drown in a river, you're drowning them every day by drinking their own carbon monoxide, and you don't seem to care. You care about a canal, you care about dress code, but you don't let them breathe. Has common sense left? Everyone, I mean, am I the only one? When I was a child and I learned about how 6 million Jews were killed to death and baked and tortured, my question was, and I was a little girl, wasn't there one good person that could help them, that could turn them in, that could speak up? It was incomprehensible. I get it now. All of you are doing the same thing. If it was up to you, you would kill all those Jews. Vaccination camps are coming. Except for you, Tiffany, I never heard you talk against it. This is the first time. But I never once, even when I asked over and over and over, there is a constitution, guys, that nobody can go over it, okay? Nobody. These mandates, nobody can mandate me to do anything I don't want. It's in the Constitution. All you have to do is fight for the people. It is your job. You were chosen. You asked to be here. You were voted in. You were elected. Fight for the children. They need to breathe. And I have news for you. Most of the teachers, 30 to 40%, will not be there after October 15th. They will be homeschooling. They will be taking a lot of kids, and you don't need a new school, and you don't have to worry about overcrowding because they're leaving you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joe, and my father was in a German prison camp. He was captured, and I grew up with my father being kind of obsessed with the idea of tyrants and laws being lost and freedoms and so on. Doesn't make me any more privy to freedom than anyone else. Just thought I'd share that with you. It's a little incentive. I want to give you some reference points that we all share or should share, one of them being vitamin C. The story of vitamin C is very simple. When the British were sailing over in the 1600s, 1700s, whatever, they were stuck in the wintertime. Men were dying. Indians came and gave them some vitamin C in the form of leaves and plants and so on. Nonetheless, it took the intelligent experts, the medical profession, over 100 years to accept vitamin C would save them, because they couldn't accept the fact that these savages could know something. And so actually over 1 million sailors died over a 100-year period before the Brits finally got into vitamin C. That's a reference point, because we're up against that type of mindset all the time. The more expert you are, the more prone you are to be arrogant. And arrogance is probably the worst human character trait there is, because it doesn't matter. Information doesn't matter. You can cure ignorance with information, but when it comes to arrogance, information is useless. I'm afraid we're up against it. Not you guys necessarily. I'm saying we are certainly being confronted with it elsewhere from higher ups. One reference point, vitamin C. Israel, we mentioned. But what's really interesting about Israel is that Israel is months ahead of us as far as the vaccine program. They rolled out the vaccine program months ahead of the rest of the world. They hit 87, by the way, Josh, 87% of their population was vaccinated, not once, Not twice, they're on their third dose. Yet they have 76% infection rate. Their infection rate is so bad that Iceland will not let an Israeli into their country, nor will Norway. Look at Israel, and that will be us in 2 to 3 months. You know what their plan is? Let's give them another shot. They're not calling them vaccine 1, 2, and 3 anymore. They switched over to booster shots because you don't have to keep a number. Just say, get the booster, get the booster. Keep that in mind. It's a reference point. Look it up. You should be very well aware of it. I want to end with Dr. Robert Malone. Now, that's a name everybody knows, right? Everybody knows Dr. Robert Malone. Please tell me you know Dr. Robert Malone. A few people. He's the guy that developed the mRNA that we're all talking about shooting each other with. He developed it. He's running around the world desperate. He's been deplatformed. They take his website down. He's telling people, please stop. We must stop. This is a formula for disaster. The man is still developing vaccines. He's not anti-vax. He's developing more vaccines. He's saying, this was never developed for this. We should never roll it out like this. No matter how good a vaccine is, to roll it out, it's like the potato famine in Ireland. They had that one type of potato. Why did they all starve? They were starving because they had one brand, one type of potato, and they got infected, and it killed all the potatoes, and they starved. That's basically what he's so afraid of, saying you have to have different areas of the world where people are not using the same thing. He said it's not a formula for disaster. He's saying we're talking about fixing a leaking pipe, and I'm looking out the window seeing a tsunami coming. All the stuff we're concerned about today, he's so alarmed he can't get the message out quick enough. One more guy, Vladimir Zelenko. Everybody knows Zelenko, right? Please tell me you know him. Well, he's a nobody. He's just some world-class scientist. No matter what you think of Donald Trump, he did treat Donald Trump with natural vitamins, and he didn't go to the hospital or die. He treated Rudy Giuliani. He treated the president of Brazil. In fact, he treated 6,000 patients, and not one of them went to the hospital. Nobody died. Now, where's the ticker tape parade, the horns? We should be throwing confetti in the air. What, Zelenko? You found the cure? Natural. And readily available drugs that have been around for decades, and he said they're the safest drugs in the history of medicine. He's talking about hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, vitamin C, vitamin D3. My son-in-law, who was homeschooled like my children, the system didn't get him. Guess what? They believe the same politics and religion I do. He became an infectious disease scientist. His mother was in St. Agnes. The doctor said, she's going into a coma. We're going to put her on the intubation. He said, no, you're not. And they had this eye-to-eye, toe-to-toe thing back and forth. He gave them the Zelenko protocol. She was going into a coma in days, not a week, in days she went home. In days she went home with just natural drugs. Why are we not talking about alternatives? Is it the old vitamin C thing again?
Can you wrap it up for us?
Thank you. No, that's good.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, both my kids went to Clovis Unified. I'm a Clovis resident. Thank you for having the topic. Basically, like, how many of us in here know genetic engineering? I mean, I've read some, I've done a little bit. But the people who are most against what they're calling vaccines are MD, PhDs, so people who do the research, who have developed nanotechnology and understand it, and they're the ones saying, don't do it. A lot of this is about money and control. I mean, one time I was looking about a genetically engineered plant, and I saw about nanotubules, like how to get the RNA into the plant and all the different ways. And they were funded by all the people with brain, about brain, and it was all human interactions. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of scary. But anyway, there are nanoparticles that can be on the test swabs and in the vaccines. They have found them in vials. You know, these vials, they don't tell us what's in them, but what the general public doesn't know is what can be in them. There are researchers in Spain who got closed vials and found that there was graphene oxide, which can make you susceptible to frequencies. And there's books on magnetoinfection. So we don't know what's possible. So that's why people are opposed to these shots, because there's a lot of control that can be made through these shots, where people can be connected to the internet. And this is not like theory. You can look it up. So that's why people are concerned. And some of the people who make the vaccines, like Bill Gates, have been on video saying, if we do a good job on the vaccines, we will have less people in the world. They always try to reduce the population, usually in third world countries, but they're trying to do it here. So we understand that there's more to this than what is said by the American Medical Association. And one thing is, there's been a lot of coordination, and that's why people don't have information. There was a Trusted News initiative that was announced December 10th of 2010. This is like from a lawsuit with American Frontline Doctors. But anyway, there's a lot of coordination between CDC, World Health Organization. A lot of them they own vaccines. They have patents on vaccines. They make money off of this. But the Trusted News initiative coordinated Associated Press, BBC, CBC Radio Canada, European Broadcasting Union, Facebook, Financial Times, First Draft, Google, YouTube, Microsoft, etc. So people aren't getting the information. That we only hear from the regulatory authorities of what should do. We hear safe and effective on a product that's still experimental use. How do they know it's safe and effective? They don't. So people need real information, real data. And I mean, at my job, I was mandated testing or vaccine. I asked, okay, give me the data that shows me I'm a risk to my coworkers. Give me the efficacy data on the testing that it is valid. CDC has said that they're changing their testing next year because their current test detects the flu. So there are more deaths occurring now since the vaccines came out than there was before them. They are not helping, they are hurting. There's more adverse reactions and deaths. So the fear was to get people to get the shots. So that's why we're more concerned about the shots, and that's why people make references to Nazi Germany, because it's the comply and don't think. So what we need is the information, the raw data. When anyone's mandating, any organization that takes on the mandate, you take on the responsibility, because you need to ask. When someone's telling you this needs to be done, you need to ask why. Isn't that like critical thinking? Isn't that normal? Like, that's what I did at my work, and I've never gotten the answers, but they haven't done anything to me either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, you three. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I'm very impressed. My name is Marty Cook. I'm a longtime Clovis resident, born and raised here, have 2 kids in the school district, grew up in Clovis Unified myself, so I've been around for a while. I've listened to everyone talk tonight, and there's a consensus, but there's still some differences in opinion. I can tell you personally, I used to work for the pharmaceutical industry for over 25 years, and nothing about these so-called vaccines is legit. They're experiments, okay? None of them are actual vaccines. They're experiments, and all of us sitting in this room, we are the lab rats, okay? So, I've had COVID, my entire family's had COVID. We're not getting the vaccine or anything else. We don't wear masks. I trust that God gave me an immune system, and that's where I put my faith. So you can either live by fear or live by faith. And being a proud resident of Clovis, I can say this. I love Clovis. Clovis is a way of life. And I think all of you here, if you don't agree with that, you're probably living in the wrong place, okay? But I can tell you this, with regards to the school board, I'm very disappointed in how you have cowered down to the state because of financial means. It's time to stand up, get a backbone, and know that your community, which is a way of life, will support you. And as far as bringing our community together, it is about education. It's about showing the stats. The state health director for the state of Vermont just put out stats on their cases, and 70% of all of the COVID deaths in the state of Vermont were from vaccinated individuals. Okay? Don't believe me, y'all go do your own research. You will find it to be true. But what I know to be true is that God gave us an immune system. We all have an expiration date, like it or not, right? It's hard to swallow sometimes, but it's the truth. And if we stick together and we fight together, not for getting the vaccine or not getting the vaccine, but the freedom to choose against this idiot that we have in Sacramento, I guarantee you we will get a lot more accomplished than school board members who think it's their right to mandate because they have some political aspiration. Yes, Dr. Fogg, I'm talking about you. So I'm here to say, everybody do some soul searching. Why is it that you want to live in Clovis? Because you want to make a difference. You want to be a part of a different way of life, right? Clovis is a way of life. And if we cow down to Governor Newsom and the school board, oh, well, you know, I had one board member tell me at the last meeting, I met her afterwards, Tiffany, this is you, and you, quote unquote, told me, you know, we had so many phone calls from people that were for the vaccine and for the mask and everything else that, you know, we had to, you know, listen to them. And I go, so basically what you're telling me is that you gave in to them because they cried louder. And you said, yes. Is that what you do with your 2-year-old? When the kid throws a fit, oh, just give them their way? It's time we take responsibility for our own selves. It's time we take responsibility for our own community and stand up and be the leading example for the state of California. Thank you.
Good evening all. My name is Bill, and I was an ex-resident of Clovis, but I love Clovis. I eat in Clovis. I visit Clovis all the time, and I have great friends that live in Clovis. What I want to do is I want to read a little bit of an excerpt from this piece of paper right here, and then I want to exhort this body to resist the tyrant in Sacramento, because what he's doing is way out of control. Forced vaccination is what they did during World War II, is why we could even make mention of a Nuremberg trial, which brought all those that were involved in experimental vaccines on the Jews to justice. Be on the right side of history. Think about it instead of following the dollars and the prestige and the political power. Dr. Reiner Fuelmeck, he's bringing a lawsuit against the state of California with 1,000 lawyers and over 10,000 medical experts. He's bringing legal proceedings against the CDC, the WHO, and the WEF, the Davos Group, and others for, quote unquote, crimes against humanity. The lawsuit is going after 3 things: the faulty PCR test, which was never designed to detect pathogens, but to just keep elevating the number of cases; the fraudulent death certificates, orders for doctors to label any comorbidity death as a COVID death, and the experimental vaccines, which are in violation of all 10 of the Nuremberg codes, which carry the death penalty for those who seek to violate these international laws. At the bottom of this page, there's 5 requirements for a vaccine to even be called a vaccine. We say vaccine. Have you been vaccinated? Let me give you some information. Merriam-Webster just changed the definition of an anti-vaxxer. An anti-vaxxer is not only one who disagrees with the use of vaccines, but anybody who disagrees with the mandate requirements of vaccines. So if you fall under that, according to Merriam-Webster, you are an anti-vaxxer. See how that changes? The change of the definition brings you into a certain situation where you become a bad person, quote unquote. Hey, you can do whatever you want to do as long as you're not hurting anybody, leaving a victim, and you honor your contracts. That's the common law. I don't agree with mandates. I don't even follow mandates. These mandates don't even have the force of law, and you guys are acting like they do. They do not. 5 requirements a vaccine is supposed to meet. Fuel mix states the COVID vaccine fails all 5. It is by definition a medical experiment and should have never been allowed to be given. Provides immunity to the virus. This is a leaky gene therapy that does not provide immunity to COVID and claims to reduce symptoms, yet double vaccinated are now 60% of the patients requiring ER, or ICU with COVID infections. Protects recipients from getting the virus. This gene therapy does not provide immunity, and double vaccinated people can still catch and spread the virus. Reduces circulation of the virus. This gene therapy still permits the spread of the virus as it offers 0 immunity, because people who are vaccinated can get the COVID, they can transmit it, and they can die of symptoms. So therefore, we know that it is not even a vaccine. I'm not a doctor. I got that information from a doctor who says it wasn't a vaccine. You see? You see how that works right there? So you really need to wake up to that fact. This gene therapy still permits the transmission of the virus and offers 0 immunity, as I just read. You can't even cough or sneeze anymore or have runny eyes anymore without people suspecting you might be a COVID carrier. We walked around for a year and a half. People wanted to force you to wear a mask over your face. This is the communion I have with my God. In the beginning, when God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and then he became a living soul where he could worship his Lord. And you want to cover up my fellowship, the breath that God gave to me, and you want me to cover that up? And then forced vaccination. This is a force. I exhort this body to stand up to the government and be on the right side of history. He's done so many things to us in a year and a half. He closed the schools, he closed the churches, he said who was essential and who was non-essential. And he can give a press conference on a Friday so he could be the first one as a political maneuvering, so he can tell the rest of this country that we'll be the first state in this union to force vaccinate children from 12 to 17, and we're going to be the first one. It's going to be January 1st or July 1st.
Your time's up.
Okay. Well, I exhort you to stand up to the governor and go down in history as doing the right thing.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Worth, and I'm just a mom, and I was not expecting to get up here tonight. But thank you, Mr. Flores, for bringing these 2 groups together and allowing people a place to speak and to get their thoughts out. I have been a lifelong mom in the district. My daughter just spoke to you a little while ago. We started in Clovis Unified when she was 4 and a half in pre-K. So we have seen it all. And yes, we have a little 10-year-old at Copper Hill. And I'm standing up here for countless moms who didn't even know this opportunity existed tonight, and dads who are scared. They are petrified and they're angry. Not only do they feel like their voices can't be heard, in that 2 minutes or 3 minutes time on the district meetings, but they want to see our board that we've elected stand up and say, we will not implement this vaccine requirement to our student body. Like I said, I have a 10-year-old, and we will not be vaccinating him. This is, in fact, the Hill. When the mask mandate came out, I was not. I wanted the exemption, which we were offered for like 4 days' time. As an RN, I know that mask, the cloth mask wasn't going to do a hill of beans for him. I know being a little one that he was not going to keep it on. So if I teach him how to wash his hands and, you know, of course, keep him at home if he's ill, that's great, but that mask wasn't really going to do a whole lot. He begged me. I wanted to keep him out. That was going to be my moment. I'm like, nope, I'm not sending you to school in a mask. And he begged and cried and pleaded and said, I can't not go to school. I love my school and my teachers and my friends so much. I can't do that. And so, of course, as a mom, I took that to heart and I ate it for what I really believed in because I knew we'd give a little bit, right? Because I needed to do what was best for him. And for him, for his mental health and his well-being, it was being in school. This, however, I'm done. So I beg you, there are so many moms and dads who are texting me, who are calling me, who are messaging me, going, we're done. We are leaving the school. I have a very dear teacher who has messaged me and said her entire family had COVID. She is in the district, been in the district many years, but as of October 15th or whatever, she's like, I guess I just lost my job. An amazing teacher, amazing. The district, you just said tonight, you had 62% that was currently vaccinated? So what happens to the rest of those teachers and staff? We're going to allow people that have been in our district for maybe 20 years, I mean, who knows, walk out the door because we're going to go off of what a tyrant says. That's not in our community's best interest. That's not in our children's best interest. So I think that this is, in fact, the hill. I will, as soon as Newsom says that my little one needs to have a vaccine in order to attend school, we will be gone. And it will crush my heart because this was the community I wanted to raise my family in. This was a school district that we knew that our children had to go to because it was the best. But I need you to know that I'm just one of hundreds of parents who have they need to know that their voices are heard and they need to know that you're going to support because we're all going to leave your school district. And it's going to break my heart and it will break my little one's heart. But that's where I have to be a mom and know that I'm not going to give my child an unapproved vaccine that has no long-term study just so that I can say that he graduates from Clovis Unified, even though that will break my heart.
Thank you. Okay, see no one else. I'll close the public portion from the chamber. Anybody online?
None.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to us and move on to, with the agenda. Next will be our city manager, Luke, and superintendent comments to close out the meeting.
I'm sorry, Jose, I just I reserved my comments until after the public comments were done, and I didn't know if it would be okay for me to make some comments at this point
On the
on
issue?
the consensus issue. Is that all right? I don't
Sure.
care. It's up to you. So I can wait for that if you'd like.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, President of the Board. I think this is good for these two governing bodies to get together. We've talked about a lot of things today. These two agencies have different missions, distinctly different missions, but we share a common name, which is a brand in of itself. We share geography, we share constituents, we share some challenges, but we also share, I think, pretty high standards. I think both of these boards have done a great job of setting the expectation that good is not good enough and that we need to strive for excellence. And while there are some issues that we can't solve tonight, I can assure you at the staff level that the Clovis staff will continue to work with the Clovis Unified staff to communicate and cooperate and collaborate to try to serve our constituents as best as possible and to provide that high level of service that I think you all have set the standard for and that our constituents expect. So this is good. It's good to have this meeting, and we've got plenty of work ahead of us. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Luke. Dr. O'Brien?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I too concur with Luke. This has been a very beneficial evening. As you can see, there are a lot of thoughts on these topics, and I have to say I'm very proud to serve with my team in Clovis Unified and with our governing board, because one thing we all have in common is we all care deeply about our kids and our staff, and we want to do the right thing. And Carlo Prundini used to always say, worthy of our talents. And working with our city council and working with our school district and our board, I know we will figure it out. And I just want to say thank you to our community members who spoke this evening. Every opinion is important, and these are all things that need to be considered as we navigate some of these formidable challenges we have ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to council and board comments. The table here with Drew.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming tonight. These are difficult conversations to have. I can tell you in my house, I'm the flaming liberal right now. And it's difficult when you try to be pragmatic about dealing with the realities of the legal framework that we have to deal with versus taking a principled stand. And there comes a point where you have to step up and say, we're not doing this anymore. And I think as a community and as a state, I think a lot of people are reaching that point. There are a lot of good people they're not anti-vax, but they don't want to mandate other people to have to do it. And I think that this was an important conversation, and I appreciate the district coming to meet with us tonight. We do fight the same battles on the same battleground. We have different constituencies sometimes, but we're all part of the same team. Thank you.
Vaughn?
It's a blessing to be in America because you can do this. You can discuss, you can disagree, and we don't have to come here with pitchforks and all that. Right. But in looking at our city, though, we are pretty blessed because I think that compared to what we can have with regards to the city staff and the Clovis Unified staff and the board, compared to what we hear outside, sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for, because I believe that we don't have to agree, but we all have to agree that we can disagree and converse together, because that dissent is always healthy, even on a board, because we can't all five of us think the same, because we need to hear the other side. And the main thing is to respect the decision at the end. I look at the agenda, and I know that there are concerns, but there are 14 items that give us hope in our city, that give us a reason to fight, give us a reason to stand, give us a reason to still meet and make decisions. And I know that the 15th item is the one that has brought the most emotion to us. But I'm glad that it did, because I think it wakes us up and it says, I need to be involved. I've been going to my church, and somehow someone closed my church. I'm staying at my home, my family, and somehow affected how I can go. I've been walking on this trail, and somehow now I can't walk on this trail. I've been going to this store, and somehow I can't. And I think a wake-up is important, because now you can really hold us accountable. Because your recourse is to see if we believe like you believe, vote like how you want us to vote, and then vote us out if we don't. And that, we have to respect that, and I think that that process is very important. We all represent a certain sector, and we will not always agree 100%. And, you know, I look at this board, meaning even the Clovis Unified Board, we've disagreed. I've come and I've created disagreement with you. That's okay. You see, it's okay. And we still work together. I still hope, Dr. O'Farrell, with regards to, you know, going out and reaching out to my community, I still work with all of you because it's done. We need to move on. And now we have something else in front of us. And I also believe that our staff on both sides work hard with our board and understand and love our community. Because if they didn't, they would have shut us down. They would have closed the meetings. They would have, you know, not listened. Can we have listened better? I believe so. We can always listen better. I've learned in the first 4 years of being on the council is, you know, just to shut up a lot more and listen to all you guys and listen to the staff and trust their you know, their expertise in which they deal with every day, in which they were, you know, hired to do. And the more I was quiet, the more I learned and the more I grew. And so, America, this is a beautiful system. Don't lose hope yet, okay? Don't lose hope yet. And as you share, Blanca, people are still dying to get here. As terrible as we hear it on the inside, I don't see anyone else running to China or Canada or to France, okay? They're still all running here. And if they can make it here, they want a piece of what we have, and that's encouraging. And the last thing I ask of the public is, and I think we do this for each other, and especially here in Clovis, you know, pray for us. Pray for us that we have the wisdom to make the right decisions, and more important than that we have the courage to act upon the wisdom and, you know, the information given to us, because that is something we need. And if you pray and encourage us, we are more courageous to stand because we don't know much. But if you don't, then I think we cower even more, and you think we don't even know how to believe you, and you would have to wait 4 years to vote us out. And that's a long time. And so with that, I just wanted to thank the Clovis Unified Board for what you're doing. You know, we are together in this, and I think let us know how we can help you, and we will continue to ask how you can help us, because we both make this city, you know, a place of refuge. You know, like Councilmember Whalen and I always joke about, everybody comes here, and then if they don't get it here, then they move out of the state, right? And so we're sort of that last bastion of hope. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank the staff for the excellent reports tonight. That's all I have.
Thank you. It's been fun. I may not feel like it, but it's been fun. I think it's the first time David and I have been able to sit at this round table. Hugh, I think, first time, and for Yolanda as well. And so it was great to kind of, you know, hear, at least, David, what you have been experiencing and the thoughts that have been on your mind, and for the whole board just to kind of have a deeper appreciation for what you're experiencing as a result of what, you know, we saw this evening. I want to thank Dr. Fogg. I was concerned that I was going to be the least casually dressed person here this evening, but I see you wore your pajamas again, so that's good. Mike, thanks for the presentation about Terry Bradley. I'm very excited. It's the first time I've seen some of those renderings. And, you know, again, you guys continue to step it up, improve upon the last school that has been built. And that's a wonderful tradition that you've been able to maintain. Denver, thanks for your comments that have spurred, I think, some conversation related to how we're going to be accommodating for school growth, something I hadn't really thought about as a result of some of the mandates coming down as a result of SB 9. I thought that was pretty helpful. I am, Dr. Fulmer, if you're still here, I am curious about what, if any, impacts the, newer start times are going to have on traffic congestion, and if maybe there is a CEQA point that can be raised on that issue, if it's something that we think is worth pursuing. I hope that you're proud of what it is we're doing in the city of Clovis. We've tried to show you a few things that we've got going on, and certainly communicating well with you, hopefully, about the street closures and the street improvements, and then the impacts that our park and our library and senior center and transit are going to have on your kids, our kids, but the kids that you are responsible for governing. And then finally, this last issue, Jose, I don't know whether to thank you or not for bringing that. I was kind of hoping I was going to be able to see at least a portion of the Giants game tonight.
Go Dodgers.
I'm superstitious about that, so I haven't even looked on my phone yet. So I'm trying to see if I've got Giants fans that might be smiling, and I can't tell.
Giants won 1-0.
Yes! So my superstition is if I don't look at the score during a meeting, then my team is going to win. And so it continues to be the correct approach. And then to your point related to the consensus, my understanding of the consensus that we have heard, at least from this board and community, I mean, you're going to have, that's a different conversation, I guess, but from this board, what I understand is that when it comes to building consensus regarding vaccines, I think we would all agree that consensus is not going to be built if it's mandated. So I think that we have consensus on that. The other is, and I think this is true, and I'd be curious to know whether somebody has a disagreement with this as we go around, but I think our consensus is that, vaccines are good, and yet vaccines should not be mandated. So I think that there's consensus on that point with all of the board members. And then I think the area where we don't yet have a consensus is because we don't really know what the next 6 months or longer are going to bring, is whether this is going to be the hill we're willing to die on. And so, hopefully we have to, monitor and continue to address some of the concerns of the community when it comes to these mandates. That I really do think that we're going to be in the same boat as the school pretty soon when it comes to City of Clovis employees. So we kind of got a little bit of a preview of what we're going to be experiencing as well. So I think that we need to have some continued internal discussions with either each other or at least within our own groups related to whether this is going to be the hill we're going to die on. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Dave?
Thanks. I want to echo just my appreciation for council having us here tonight. And, just a couple of points of clarification. One is that in the Clovis Unified School Board has not decided what its response is going to be to the vaccine mandate, in part, and maybe there's no consensus on the hill to die on issue because we don't have the hill in full view yet. We've had one press conference from the governor. Maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I don't make decisions based on that kind of thing. I need to see what we're dealing with, what kind of exemptions are going to be there, if any. And so we need to get all the information. I think we can be pragmatic and principled at the same time, and that's what I'd like to do. I also just want to express my appreciation to this board. It's been a pleasure working for you, and to Dr. O'Brien and Mr. Anderson and Dr. Fulmer and everyone we have here. It's easy to throw stones, but you're doing the hard work of building something and sustaining something, putting our kids at the forefront of that. And, you deserve to hear that your work is appreciated and that it's good for our kids, and you're doing a lot of good work, and that your efforts are not in vain. So you have my appreciation. I don't hesitate too much in speaking, that you have the entire board's appreciation, I believe. So, again, thanks again for this discussion. I think that I know there was some discussion that we might not have a consensus here. I didn't hear a single word in favor of the state mandate for vaccines, so I actually do think there's a pretty big consensus among all the folks at this table, and I appreciate that, and hopefully we can continue to work together to advance that goal.
Okay. I don't like to speak anyway, but that's okay. I think this vaccine thing is crazy. But what can we do? When the state comes down on us, really comes down on us, you guys found out from another thing that you don't have the final say. They have the final say in between everything else, it seems like. But I think that we need to just go forward, make sure our kids get well educated, that they're in school, and we'll get through this. We will get through this. We didn't think we would a year and a half ago. We thought it was going to be really bad, and it hasn't been. We've been lucky. I really believe that. And I do go to church and pray every week, so maybe that helps too. I don't know. But I think that we need to go forward, make sure our kids are well taken care of, make sure our employees are well taken care of, and just keep up the good work that we've been doing. You guys are helping us. Appreciate that very much. And just keep going forward, everybody. And when we meet again next year, who knows what it'll be like. Might be a nicer time. It will be a nicer time, I know. So thank you for having us tonight. It was enjoyable.
Okay.
All right. Yes, thank you for having us here. Last time we did this, I think, was in our boardroom. Feels a really long time ago, like a really long time ago, so it's nice to be here. I loved what, Bong, you said this, and I believe maybe Mayor Flores, you said this, that people come to Clovis because of Clovis Unified, and they stay because of the city of Clovis. And I love that partnership and that responsibility that both of us have to hold our end of the bargain up to keep that happening. And I think we all want the same thing. We all want that to continue. We all know that Clovis is a way of life that's been mentioned, and we're doing, I can speak for myself, I feel like we are doing the best that we know how in uncharted territory without a manual. And I loved hearing from our students. I don't know if they're still here. Great job that we educated you so good to come and present and speak articulately. I did want to speak to one thing. I know we've been accused of not being consistent, and we are as frustrated as our families. We got information often from the state on Friday afternoons when we said, yes, we're going to return, for 5 days a week, and then they pulled the rug out from under us and said, no, you're not. You can't go in person. And so a lot of the things that we have been blamed for as a district this year were out of our control. And that has been frustrating for me as a parent, certainly, and as a board member to be accused of being wishy-washy and whatnot when all that this board really wanted was for our kids to go back in person full-time last July. And thank you also, I add, to our team who spends hours. I actually told my husband, he came home, he's an anesthesiologist, and I said, Dr. O'Brien works way more hours than you do. And so does her team, and especially right now, and we recognize that. And just thank you that on top of all of these issues, these current issues with COVID, they're still running a school district and still having to meet all of the regular demands, in a regular school year. We already mentioned about the consensus. I think I've already stated how I feel about the mandate. I will have a very hard time supporting a mandate for vaccines for the kids, and I am very much open to discussing further what our options can be for our kids.
Sure.
Again, thank you guys for having us. We definitely may need your support. You guys have a great reputation in government, and so if we have to push back on Sacramento, we look forward to having you guys push with us, and, because it's gonna, you know, like David said, I think we're waiting for more information on this, and they're not always good on the information. We've got a little bit of time here, but, we would like to have as much information so we can figure out how, I mean, if we're gonna fight something, we gotta know what we're fighting. But you know, the consensus here is, you know, really pro-choice, and it's, you know, when we get to this point, it's definitely something that has to be just looked at and not just passed on through. So thanks for having us, and we appreciate the support because we're going to need it.
Thank you. Late night. So I just want to, what I felt again tonight is that as a community, Clovis community, we're pretty united. I don't see you guys bickering and fighting much between yourselves. And fortunately, I have a board that the same, don't spend a lot of time attacking each other. We're attacking what's attacking our children in our community. And because that should take all of our energy, right? Not what each other are doing. And I felt that this is a board from you as well, that we're not fighting you guys either. You guys support whatever we need to do the right thing for our kids. So thank you. And thank you for, you know, and that's why I appreciate the discussion, because it's public information that Clovis and Clovis Unified are pretty united when it comes to trying to do the right thing for our kids and giving our families, you know, the option what they think is best for their children. So I do appreciate that.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for another great meeting. And yes, the discussions have been very enlightening, what you're doing at your district and what our city is doing throughout Clovis. And I think it's been mentioned more than one time, but we got to give it to our staff with our city manager, Dr. O'Brien, and her staff. And we are the city we are the community we are because of them. We do get elected to set the course, but then once we do, they just run with that and do a beautiful job. I wouldn't still be here in this community if it weren't for what this community offers me and my family. And we've been here now 3 generations, and we'll stay here, I think, for another 3. Yeah, you know, this is a test. It's almost, you know, the biblical proportions. It really is. It's one of the plagues. And we do need prayer. I think, Ron, you're absolutely right. There's at least 2 here around the table that's mentioned prayer. We do that. We do need that. And we do need to ask and humble ourselves before the people we serve and say, you know, this is going to be tough dealing with this. But, you know, there's that parable where God keeps sending all kinds of help to this gentleman, and he never takes the help. I think the vaccine is that help. And these, you know, it's good medicine. They do work. But it should only be for the right people, not for everybody. And it shouldn't be mandated by the government. So trust the vaccines. Know if you need it or not. If you don't need it, do what you have to do. If you need it, please take it, because it's your life, and they do work. It's not experimental anymore when millions and millions and millions of people have taken it and nothing's happened. I took it, and I'm still here talking to you. So therefore, I'm not an experiment. I'm a living, breathing person that has survived this alleged experiment. It does work. And will we need something else? Who knows? Life will tell us. But it shouldn't be mandated by our government. We should let people make their own decisions based on on truth, based on education. And, I think this was a great conversation among us because, we needed to vet this issue among ourselves, but also our constituency needs to hear that we care about them. We're really trying to do the right thing for them, and we will stand up for them one way or another to ensure that that the right thing gets done on behalf of the city and the school district based on what comes down the pike. So again, thank you for being here. This meeting is adjourned.